We'll see if it comes back. I don't know if it will or not, but that's all I can do. It says Rumble streaming. I got chat back apparently. Twitch sending data. Rumble streaming. Sorry about that. Well, apparently we got disconnected. I'm almost positive it's going to be a new YouTube link. Let me grab that. I had to delete that other one. Sorry about that. I'm not exactly sure what happened. I don't know if Rumble's going to work or not, but we'll have to figure that out. Give me just a second to get everything squared away again. That was my fault. It was where I was messing with the alerts. I don't know. It crashed it or something. So let me see if I can fix a lot of this. Right. Okay. So there's a new YouTube link up, first of all. Is Rumble going to work, though? Let me refresh this. Click. It looks like... Okay. Rumble's live currently. So there we go. I think Rumble's good. Facebook may or may not be a new link. I have no idea. I'll have to go check. Rumble's the same link. Twitch is the same link. For sure, YouTube is a new link. Yeah, it looks like YouTube made a new link. I have an 11-minute link that is dead now. So Facebook's on a new link. Sorry about that. I was thinking about rebooting before I started, but I haven't had to reboot for every stream since I got the new equipment and stuff put in. But apparently now I'm going to have to start doing that again. I apologize. Either way, all I was talking about was we got a few things to talk about. Phil is into litigation. He's naming people. He put a little side video out. He's talking about deposition. He's talking about people that were witnesses for the Scranton Times. He's talking about a few different things. He also has a mole in the Alex Murdaugh case. The Alex Murdaugh case, the jury has already returned, I guess, a verdict. I saw this earlier. I haven't even read the article, but we're about to read it. How long were they deliberating for? Like, it doesn't even seem like it was that freaking long. Move to trash. That's the old video. Okay. It doesn't even seem like it was that long. And they're already back. Like, that's pretty fucking wild. But we'll check on that first since Phil can hang out for a while. All I was trying to do was replay these alerts. Let me see if I can get that loaded again. Control R. The Stream Elements came out with a new alert doc. And it sucks. Like, it never works right. It never wants to load. It never wants to show the alerts. The pause never works on it. Like, I always pause my alerts and then play them at certain times. That way they don't interrupt me during the intro or while I'm trying to say something. And that shit just never works right. It's always the new doc, which has only been out for about a week. It's always wrong. Every time I try to use it, every time I try to pause it, every time I try to set it up before the show, it'll say it's paused. It's not. It'll say it's playing and it's not. I don't know. Stream Elements has to figure that shit out. Because I like Stream Elements. I don't want to have to get rid of them, but they got to do something different here. Damn. It's a doc in OBS, but it sucks right now. That's what I'm working with right now, trying to fix it. Why won't it dock? Okay, there it goes. So dock there. Move over here. Refresh. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there it is. Finally. Now let me see if I can replay these alerts. This was from 14 minutes ago, I believe. That was the first one. Awesome. Just not replaying at all. So what the hell is wrong with those? Anyways, Karen resubscribed. Thank you very much for the resubscription. That's 10 months of Prime. That's the only one I wanted to play. Oh, there it is. Of course. Just now it'll probably play twice. Thank you, Karen, for the resubscription.
Karen 1672 just resubscribed for 10 months.
Also, while we're talking about the stream and stuff to do with the stream, the next fundraising stream, I don't know if you guys know this, if you're new or whatever, we do a fundraising stream every quarter. So every, 3 months or so, we do a fundraising stream. The next one is March the 10th. March the 10th. I knew it was coming up in March, but I didn't have a date set yet. And I spoke with them today. So it'll be on March the 10th. We'll have a fundraising stream. We'll just talk about fun stuff. We might play video games, talk with the chat or whatever, but we'll be raising money for a good cause. I think it's the same. They decide, the company that helps me do them and takes the donations and stuff. They typically decide. I think it's Hope for the Day again. Hope for the Day is a charity that helps with suicide prevention. They hotlines and treatments and outlets and blah blah blah. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good charity. The first one we did was Games with Love, which was gives kids who are terminally ill and in the hospital, it gives them a access to video games and game systems. They got some good charities, so we're going to that'll be coming up again soon on March the 10th, so be ready for that. And we'll have to come up with different levels, like goal levels. Like when we reach this goal, something happens. This goal, something happens. We'll have to come up with new ones. And I've still got some I got to make up, to be honest with you. Everything went to shit in December, and I'm still not completely back on track, but I've got some I still got to make up from the last 2 charity streams we did. So
either way, we'll get after those.
So thank you guys for joining us. I'm Will Bird. This is Cold Beer Confessional. If you want to support the stream, like, share, comment, whatever you got to do there. That your camera went out of focus when you connected to Facebook. The hat is sharp and your screen is fuzzy. No, I think it's just the connection. I can see my stuff. Anyways, thank you all for joining us tonight. I appreciate it. If you want to support the show, make sure you like, share, subscribe, do all those things. That would be great. I would greatly appreciate it. If you share the link, leave a comment in chat, comment in live chat, all that type of stuff. Any type of engagement with the video ensures that more people see the video. And currently, we're getting out to more people than ever. We're usually having pretty decent sized shows. Rumble's been a surprise coming in from the rear, and a lot of people are coming up through Rumble. I didn't think I'd have that many viewers. I figured I'd have a lot of hate viewers, but it turns out there's a lot of people that actually enjoy watching on Rumble. So there's that. Either way, make sure you like, share, comment, thumbs up, plus whatever it's got, and also send the link to somebody if you can. If you want to support the show financially, that's above and beyond what we ask you to do. We just ask you to like, share, and comment. But if you want to support the show financially, you can do that at coldbeer.fund, where that's the website that's behind me, where you can find all my social media links as well. I got Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, Facebook, TikTok, Rumble, and Discord. And the current donation model we're using is a brand new one. It's called DonoClip. It's that first link right there. It says shit post on stream with DonoClip. If you click it, it opens this. It says, would you like to use audio or video? Oh, they've changed it some, haven't they? Would you like to use audio or video where you can record a short clip? It's the same price as buy me a coffee, but this one you get a personalized with a short clip rather than a robot reading it or me reading it. It will read it. So check that out over on DonoClip from coldbeer.fund. Coldbeer.fund is how you get to those. And we have one ready to play. It looks like it's from Dreamweaver. So I can show you what this is. This is an audio one, not a video, but here we go.
Uh-oh. Hold on. I'll get the audio. I know it's not audio.
All right, so let me, I had the audio muted from something else earlier. So there's the audio. I'll play it again. This one's from Dreamweaver.
The specimen Phil Godlewski not only shits where he eats, he also corrupts the morals of the other specimens.
The specimen Godlewski not only shits where he eats, he also corrupts the morals of the other specimens. Take note. Seems like somebody's doing a scientific study on our friend Gil Godlewski. I'll play it again so you can hear it. That was from Dreamweaver. Thank you very much, Dreamweaver, for the donation and the little clip.
The specimen Phil Godlewski not only shits where he eats, he also corrupts the morals of the other specimens. Take note.
Take note. I love that the first one they did was a take note. Hold on. Let me see if I can go back and play the first one they did. Here it is.
Phil's a special kind of specimen. He shits where he eats. I'll take note.
Take note. Take note seems to be a recurring theme. We also have a villain named Ramesh, I think. We have a villain named Ramesh who calls in and makes vague threats sometimes. So there's all those. All right, let's talk about Alex Murdaugh. We've kind of been talking about this case, some in chat, blah, blah, blah. I haven't really covered it unless you're a patron. And then we've talked about it kind of extensively. Even last night and the show before, we talked about it just because it's kind of taken the world by storm. And just as I was playing around with my phone earlier, I was actually taking a shit. This come out that Alex Murdaugh has been found guilty. So let's pull over this news article. Alex Murdaugh convicted Thursday of fatally shooting his wife and son. It says the article's a little over an hour old, so it hasn't even been out that long.
Thank you. Madam Floor, if you'll stand for me. Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, sir, we have.
Is it unanimous?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, if you will pass it up to the clerk, who will pass it to me. And you may be seated.
Because I'm a dick.
Because I'm a dick, Mona on the Hatchie by 8 6-packs. Guess I need to set up my game on commenting, but damn it, I didn't even read all that. Hold on. Where's the bomb? There it is. Guess I need to step up my game on commenting, but damn it, I'm always trolling y'all's ass. There you go. Thank you very much, Mona. I appreciate the donation and support. Back into this video. Take note. Alex Murdaugh, take note.
The defendant will rise. Madam Clerk.
So a lot of times returning that quickly is not a good sign. So it has to be unanimous, of course. If one person is holding out, or like a minority of people are holding out, or a majority of people are holding out, people think it's not guilty, then they spend time until they could come to a unanimous decision. The only way they can do a hung jury is after they've tried everything, no one's going to change their mind kind of deal. It's very unlikely that you're going to get everybody to come back not guilty almost instantly. You usually take some coercion or something, but apparently not here. Everybody guilty, that's not a good sign. As soon as I saw a verdict was going to be read, I basically knew he was guilty.
Clerk, you may publish the verdict starting with the back, not with the, let's see, I'll tell you again. Starting with the back, flipping them over one by one.
So, I don't know. So someone said I didn't follow the case, but it didn't seem like the prosecution didn't prove anything. I heard an interesting theory today. So Alex Murdaugh lied about being at the dog kennel. And he admits he lied about that because a Snapchat video came up with his son had taken a Snapchat video of a dog at the dog kennel, which is where they were killed, and his voice is heard in the background. He lied about that. That's the only part of his testimony he claims he lied about because he was nervous. So the guy on one of the news shows today asked if he didn't know when they were murdered. So his story is he was asleep on the couch, or he went to lay down on the couch. He knew they wanted him down there, so he went down there, but then he immediately left. He took a nap. He tried to call her. She didn't answer, so he hopped in the car and went to see his mom. Then he didn't come home for an hour and a half later, something like that, and found him dead. if he didn't know when they were murdered, why is the only part of his testimony that he lied about the specific time when they were murdered? Like that does make sense. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was a not the greatest case. I mean, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. So the clothes he were wearing never appeared again. The gun that was used, the 300 blackout, never appeared again. They don't even know for sure that. I mean, they've had some people testify that they even got the right shotgun. It's hard to do like a bullet match to a shotgun, ballistics on a shotgun, and make a match. A lot of it's to do with a firing pin, how it chambers the casing, firing other rounds to it, and seeing if they look the same, kind of deal. But it's not as exact as a rifled barrel with a slug in it. His timeline, he lied about his timeline. His motive kind of floated around. He did it for sympathy or maybe insurance money or maybe this, which is, I honestly thought that we'd end up with a hung jury. I didn't think they met the burden of proof. But I also know a lot of people hate this guy right now. A lot of people hate this guy right now, and that might be what he got convicted on, which isn't the way it's supposed to work, but here it is. I personally, I want to clarify, I personally think he's guilty. I think he had something to do with it, did it himself, or had help, or something. I think he's guilty. But by the legal definition, did they prove he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't know if they met that.
Docket number 2022 GS 15-00592, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions in the term of 2022, July, the State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116.
I don't know if there's any way that he could have owed money to drug dealers. The motherfucker was spending $50,000 a week. How could he owe money?
Okay. Guilty verdict. Signed by the forelady, 3-2-23.
Guilty.
Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116.
He told the 911 agent that he needed to get off the phone. He had some phone calls to make. There was just a bunch of weird stuff. Again, I think he's guilty. I do. I think he probably did it. Maybe even with some assistance or somebody to help him get rid of the clothes and gun and stuff, maybe, and throw the phone out the window. I think he did it, but there's a standard there that you have to admit to. You have to take your hate for the man away. You have to take away that he ran the counter and he was getting his sons off and he got off and he was hiding this and there's implications of this and that. You're supposed to be able to separate that. It's hard, but you're supposed to be.
Verdict, guilty, signed by the forelady, date 3/2/23.
There's not a whole lot of. So here's two things I notice. There's not a whole lot of surprise in the court, right? There's not a whole lot of surprise in the court, and he doesn't seem to be having much of a reaction. Which either way, he was probably going to jail for a long time.
GS 15-00595, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment.
I don't think you know what we're talking about when you say they overproved it. Prove to me he pulled the trigger. That's what I'm saying. Prove to me he pulled the trigger. A witness saying that he had a different shirt on. A witness saying that he owed money. A witness saying that he called these people. A witness saying... So the comment is, where did it go? I watched the trial. I felt they overproved it with witnesses and experts. no expert can put him as the gunman, right? I mean, they can say where the shots came from and how quickly they were fired and blah blah blah. I think that a couple of the most damning pieces of evidence was his lie about where he was. But I also think if he didn't have help, how did his wife's phone, if he did it alone, how did his wife's phone leave and wind up in the woods away from their house a couple minutes before he left with his phone? That's weird.
Possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code -16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury. Date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022 GS-15-00594. The State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdoch, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code 16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury. 3/2/23.
Thank you. Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is the verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hands. All right, thank you. Any individual polling requested?
We do, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, you'll need to individually poll the jury according to their jury
Damn.
numbers.
Number 193. Was this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 254. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 326. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror
They
6.
go around and ask them all to confirm.
Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 544.
Yes.
Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 572. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 578. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
I know they said he had GSR on him, gunshot residue. The problem is he would have also been covered in blood. They never their blood spatter evidence was thrown completely out. So just because you prove that he has gunshot residue on his shirt and his shorts, and that the jacket was full of gunshot residue, but I mean that could be from a different time, right? But the jacket was full of. She even suggested that maybe a gun was fired from inside of it because there was so much on the inside of the hood, but no blood, and they were kind of caught. The prosecution was kind of caught almost trying to tamper with evidence with the blood splatter. So either he was wearing something else anyways. So I mean, he had to be wearing something else anyways. Maybe he was wearing that underneath. But yeah, he had to be wearing something else, or there would have been blood somewhere.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 589.
Sure. It was also a hunting property. There were guns everywhere. They were riding around and transferring guns that day in the back of the golf cart, according to his testimony.
Was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 630. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 729.
I wish they would have found the clothes he wore or blood splatter or something. I mean, I think he's guilty, so I'm happy with the verdict too. I just don't know if I would have been a juror, if I would have been able to say, I don't know. I'm glad I'm not a juror, I guess. I didn't watch it all either.
Juror 826. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 864. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, the jury has been polled.
Oh, yeah, it came in? That's cool.
Jury has been polled, and the verdict is a unanimous verdict.
Have you guys, somebody said he'll be rich and cup of noodles and Kool-Aid, packs of smokes. Sure, he'll be the commissary king. Did you guys hear the phone call about him asking to put commissary money on another person's account and blah, blah, which you're not supposed to do, first of all, but did y'all hear that phone call calling his brother, asking his sister-in-law to put, she knows what to do. She knows, she's done it before.
If you will bring the alternate juror out and have her have a seat in the audience, please.
But if the gunshot was 200 or 300 yards, there might not be splatter due to the nature of shells versus bullets. I think all of them were close, weren't they? Maybe I don't understand your argument. Yeah, another person's commissary account, the money that you get to spend in prison. You don't have cash in prison.
You can stand there or you can sit back there, whatever you prefer. Okay.
Yeah, you can't use gun, murder, shit like that in chat. Change the words to something else.
Are there any post-trial motions?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we would just renew our previously argued motions for a directed verdict, and at this, on the grounds, on those grounds, we would make a motion for a mistrial and to set aside the verdict.
By the state, response.
Your Honor, based on our previous
So they asked for a mistrial after the verdict was read. Awesome.
arguments, we would submit that the
We would just renew our previously argued motions for a directed verdict, and at this, on the grounds, on those grounds, we would make a motion for a mistrial and to set aside the verdict.
By the state, response.
Your Honor, based on our previous arguments, we would submit that the case properly went to the jury and the verdict is proper, and would rely on those arguments.
We've been here now 28 days, first few days of jury selection, and the remainder receiving testimony, an overwhelming amount of testimony and evidence that was presented to the jury for the jury's.
It's my fault for using the words on the show, and people want to respond to me with the same words, but try to change the words so when it gets over to Twitch, they don't fucking nail my ass for murder and gun and bomb or explosion or something like that. Suicide's a big one. Don't use none of those.
As I indicated to the jury during the jury charge, or the charge on the law, that this was a matter solely for the jury to determine. The court found at the end of the state's case that there's sufficient evidence to find the defendant guilty if the evidence was believed by the jury. Likewise, at the end of the defense's case, when the motion was renewed, the court found that the evidence was sufficient for the jury to find the defendant guilty. The jury has now considered the evidence.
I think their claim on that, I'm not supporting this, Real Firefly, but I think their claim on that was he misremembered. So when we were watching that one where he was, we were watching some of the testimony where he was trying to get that one lawyer angry. We did watch that last night. His old partner, he was questioning him about, he covers traumatic injuries, catastrophic injuries. And he was asking him, is it uncommon to misremember what you may have done or word by word or step by step, blah, blah, blah. When something like this happens, your family member dies right in front of you. I think they were trying to say that he misremembered touching the bodies or checking for a pulse. He just thought that's what I should do and then thought he did, or I don't know.
For a significant period of time, and the evidence of guilt is overwhelming, and I deny the motion.
I just gave you a list of words.
Mr. Murdoch, you now having been found guilty of
It's good, Turbo. It's fine.
involving your wife and your son.
Uh-oh. That's a dono clip.
A weapon during the commission of a violent crime. The burden now comes upon the court to impose a.
I think when he testified, he said, well, maybe I didn't. I can't remember a lot of that night, blah, 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 when they asked him about touching the bodies. Because at first he said that he turned them over or tried to turn them over or something like that.
And the victim's rights that must be taken into consideration and complied with under the Victim's Bill of Rights, and consider what I would anticipate to be a number of people who might have something to say regarding sentencing. We will defer sentencing to a later date. Of course, the minimum sentence for murder is 30 years. The maximum sentence is life imprisonment. Count. And on the weapons charge, the sentence is up to 5 years, which has to be concurrent if a life sentence is imposed.
The one they didn't find was 300 blackout, I think.
When would you all like to reconvene for sentencing? I would like to give everyone an adequate opportunity to prepare for it.
Anybody, if he can appeal his case at any time, anybody can appeal their case, a decision in their case.
So it'll be ready at 9:30 in the morning, Your Honor.
There's no cases that are like non-appealable, I guess.
We could do it at 9:30 tomorrow morning also.
All right. The defendant is remanded to the custody of the Colleton County Sheriff's Department.
Well, I guess unless you sign I guess it's not appealable if you sign some type of deal or something. You can't appeal that. Well, some deals. They make you sign a waiver, I guess, that you're not eligible to appeal. I guess I didn't think about that. Yeah, waive their right to appeal. You're right, Turbo.
And he may be taken away.
Now that one's done, huh? Damn, that was quick. All right, so now we're leading up to sentencing. Let me read this article. Alex Murdaugh was convicted Thursday of gunning down his wife and son after a panel of 12 jurors returned a guilty verdict after less than 3 hours of deliberations. Damn. 3-hour deliberations. That's probably why he wasn't surprised. That's probably why most of the audience wasn't surprised. 3 hours? The case took weeks and weeks of testimony. 3 hours? 3 hours, they basically went in there and talked about it for, 30 minutes. Because think about the time it just took them to get out of the courtroom, receive their final set of instructions, sat down, make sure nobody's there, go over any facts of the case. Then they had to tell the judge. The judge had to show back up because he's probably not just chilling there all day waiting for them and get out of whatever he had and get it planned to get everything taken care of. And then he had to come back. They had to call all the lawyers and stuff. They were only gone from the courtroom for 3 hours. They didn't have no time. Jesus. Murdaugh, 54, looked shattered as the clerk read the devastating verdict. I think he looked plain, indifferent. His only living son, Buster, sat in the gallery shaking his head in disbelief and wiping his face with his hand, but he did not appear to shed a tear. The jury found Murdaugh guilty of 2 counts, each of murder, and possession of a weapon near the commission of a violent crime without posing a single question to the judge while weighing on the case. So they didn't ask the judge nothing. A lot of times they'll send questions forward to the judge and ask them about, they want clarification on this, they want that, they want to request to see this again, whatever. Obviously, we're disappointed, but until he's sentenced, We would have no further comment, Murdaugh's attorney Jim Griffin told Fox News. So there was another weird jail tape where his son is talking about going fishing or something. Maybe it's nothing even about that. And he's like, you know what you ought to do, Buster? He says, what's that? And he says, I bet with nobody there, I bet with nobody at Moselle, so nobody's there, those feeders are full of deer right now. You ought to go down there and kill a deer or whatever. And he's like, why would I do that? And he's like, well, yeah, I just, unless you don't want to go down there. And he's like, no, I don't want to go back. He's like, I don't blame you. And he's like, can I send Jim? And he's like, Jim who? And he's like, Jim Griffin, which is his attorney. And Buster says something. He's like, well, I figured if you weren't going to go dove hunting, which the first time he said deer and feeders, the second time he says dove, I figured if you didn't want to kill a dove there, that I'd send him down there and he could go hunt instead. It's very weird. It's almost like it's a coded message or some shit. Like he called his son to suggest he went deer hunting at the scene of a crime where the son lost his brother and his mom. He probably doesn't want to go there. He's like, what would that do for me? Is what he says, I think, is his comment back. No, I don't want to go back there. But then he suggests that his lawyer's going to go there. Then he changes from deer to dove suddenly and suggests that his lawyer's going to go there. And he made sure to start it off with no one's there. It was a really weird jail call, I think, but I don't know. What a great day for the state of South Carolina. The state's Attorney General Alan Wilson told a crowd of around 100 that had gathered outside the Colleton County Courthouse for a post-verdict press conference. A handful of spectators heckled Murdaugh as he exited the courthouse. Murdaugh's family, including Buster, was escorted out of the courthouse by a secure exit. The panel's decision, which could send Murdaugh away for life, came after it endured a grueling 6-week trial and testimony from 76 witnesses. Sentencing is scheduled for Friday morning at 9:30. Prosecutors argued Murdaugh used a shotgun to kill his son, Paul, 22, inside the feed room attached to the dog kennels at the family's estate, Moselle, and a rifle to execute his wife, Maggie, 52, June 7, 2021. The disbarred attorney carried out the double slaying to stave off devastating financial reckoning, Assistant Attorney General Creighton Waters told jurors. The wealthy scion of a once powerful legal dynasty has admitted he's a drug addict and thief who allegedly swindled his law firm and clients out of nearly $9 million, but he denied killing his wife and son. The most damning piece of evidence against Murdaugh was a cell phone video recorded from Paul's cell phone in 2022 that placed Alex at the murder scene with the victims 4 minutes before they were shot to death at 8:50. For months, Murdaugh repeatedly told investigators, friends, and his own family that he did not go to the dog kennels that night of the slayings. He claimed instead that he was napping at the main house perched on a hill, then left to visit his mother in nearby Alameda at 9:07. When he returned, he didn't find them at the main house, so he drove to the kennels, where he said he came upon their mutilated bodies about 30 feet apart, checked their pulses, and called 911. But GPS data from his Chevrolet Suburban revealed that he dialed 911 less than 20 seconds after he pulled up. 19 seconds. Is that enough time for a surprised human being to come across to that scene, process what they were seeing, get out of the car, go over there, check their bodies, and call 911? Waters wondered in his closing argument. The reason why it's so quick is because he knew exactly what scene he was going to find, the prosecutors told jurors. Murdaugh claimed he testified he had checked their pulses while he was on the phone with 911. Murdaugh admitted publicly for the first time when he testified to lying to investigators in 3 separate interviews about his presence at the kennel that night. He claimed oxycodone addiction made him paranoid of law enforcement, although he had an exceptionally cozy relationship with local prosecutors and the surrounding sheriff's offices. By the way, he was friendly as fuck with all the other answers, just that one about being at the kennel. 3 generations of Murdaugh family served as top prosecutor, overseeing 5 counties in South Carolina's Low Country for 87 years, a reign that ended when Alex Murdaugh's late father, Rudolph Murdaugh III, retired in 2005. The Murdaugh name wielded enormous influence, and Alex Murdaugh even served as a volunteer prosecutor who carried a badge and had a blue police lights installed on his private vehicle. Waters told jurors Murdaugh was a cunning conman who tried to deceive them when he took the stand last week. This is a man who had a history, who made his trade on lying. I don't know why I said history. who made his trade on lying. He lied about the most important facts in the case and effortlessly and easily pivoted to a new lie when confronted by something he wasn't prepared for, Waters said on Murdaugh's testimony. He fooled Maggie and Paul too, and they paid for it with their... That's another thing. He apparently convinced Maggie to come to Moselle. He says their relationship was great. They weren't fighting that day. They weren't arguing. They weren't like at each other's throats. He convinced Maggie to come to Moselle so she could go with him to see his dying mother, or his mother who was hospitalized. But then when he went to go, he woke up from his nap and went to go see his mother. He called her. She didn't answer. He's like, fuck it, I'm going alone. Then why did you even invite her there? The defense called 14 witnesses, including experts who testified that Maggie's shooter was no taller than 5'4", and there were likely two killers. Defense lawyers Dick Harputilian, and Jim Griffin repeatedly portrayed Murdaugh as a doting father and husband incapable of committing such a brutal and heinous crime. I think they kind of knew they had the work cut out for him. Griffin argued in summations that investigators failed miserably in their probe. He rattled off all of the alleged missteps made by South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, and the State Attorney General's Office, who he argued zeroed in on Murdaugh without considering other suspects. On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not compound a family tragedy with another. Thank you, said Griffin, as his voice cracked with emotion. Murdaugh faces up to life in prison when he's sentenced. I want to hear the closing argument. I didn't mean to open that. Alex Murdaugh closing argument. I want to hear his defense's closing argument. How long is that? It's 4 hours, 6 hours. Jesus. I want to hear, that's the prosecution. Defense closing arguments. It's about an hour long, but I want to hear some of it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, apparently during a lot of this investigation, he was in Atlanta and detox or something.
Good morning.
Rehab. Buster, I mean, a lot of people don't like him, and he seems kind of like a rich little, I don't know, prick or whatever. But he also don't say a whole lot. You know what I mean? Like, since this is, he's not the one with the boat scandal. I know he's allegedly involved in the other one, the one about, the one in 2015 with the kid he went to school with. But that's all alleged. But it doesn't seem like he says or does a whole lot at all.
Wow. We're at the stage of the case that's called closing arguments. I don't know why they call it argument. I'm not here to have an argument with you in any form or fashion. What I'm here to do today, this morning, is to review the evidence with you that you've heard in the courtroom over the last 6 weeks. In reviewing this evidence, my goal is to address questions that you may have about what you've heard. And the jury system that we have, frankly, is the greatest criminal justice system in the world, because it's the only system, jury system, that a criminal defendant's fate is put in the hands of his or her peers. In this country, we don't leave the decision of guilt or innocence up to the governor, to the attorney general, to the prosecutors, to the presiding judge. You, ladies and gentlemen, make that decision. And as perfect as our jury system is, there's one thing.
I bet you if he would have went through detox, I mean, that's expensive. To come off that many drugs, that take a long time, and it's expensive. I wonder if he had Sovereign Nations insurance.
That I wish it provided.
Through Phil Godlewski.
In the course of the trial between us. Y'all sitting there and listening to what we say, and we don't know what questions you have and what you want answered. By the same token, we may have questions of you that we can't ask.
Yeah, I really don't care how you say his name. Thank you, though.
An opportunity to try to answer the questions that I think you have. There may be some things that I go over that you've already decided, and I'm wasting your time. And if I do that, I apologize. I truly do. But I don't. This case is so important, I don't want to leave anything out that one of you may have a question about. I think I can probably speak to everybody in this courtroom that there's one thing that we on this side have no question about. It's that y'all have been ideal jurors. We've been here 6 weeks, and each of you have come every day on time, and you've been very attentive, and it has not gone unnoticed. and we do appreciate you for your service. We know what a sacrifice it is, being away from your home, your work, your family, your personal obligations. Maybe some of you miss vacations. But you've been here in a 3-week trial, and here we are at the end of 6 weeks. And I want to thank you personally. I want to thank you on behalf of Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, and especially on behalf of Alec Murdoch. In his opening statement, Mr. Harpootlian explained to you that the law governing your service requires each of you to engage in an unnatural task.
They never sought the death penalty. Prosecutors from the get-go didn't seek the death penalty.
In every criminal case, jurors are required to begin the process by presuming the defendant innocent. In this case, you were required, under your solemn oath as we began, to presume Alec Murdoch innocent of these charges. And frankly, as he explained, that's not natural. When you hear on the news that a crime has occurred and an arrest has been made, you feel a little bit relieved. Thank God they caught him. And frankly, I would not be surprised if some amongst you, when you read in the paper that Alec Murdoch was charged with the murder of his wife and son, that you thought, oh good, they got him. But those opinions, and each of you, when you filled out your questionnaire, agreed and affirmed that you would leave those at the door of the courthouse, and that you would decide this case solely on the evidence. And that's what the law requires. And when we begin, the law also requires you to presume him innocent of these charges. Now, I've been doing this a long, long time, and up until the advent of instant replay in sports, it's been very difficult to explain just how to do that to jurors, how jurors can do this, apply this presumption of innocence. And if you're not as interested in sports, I apologize for this analogy, but the analogy is the instant replay. Whether you're a Clemson fan or Georgia fan, that on a Saturday afternoon, there's a play called on the field, and then it's reviewed. And under the rules, the call on the field stands unless there's visual, incontrovertible evidence that the call on the field was wrong. We see that every weekend on sports.
That's true. So, like with sports replay, you have to assume that that the play as called will stand unless they're not doubt. Not that looks kind of weird now, but it has to be full-blown evidence, or it's supposed to be, that the call was wrong to revert the call.
Here, the call on the field is that Alec Murdoch is innocent of these charges. That's what the law requires. Proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt in that presumption of innocence state that protect us all from a government. And those bedrock principles are, first, you get tried by a jury of your peers. Second, that the jury of your peers begin with presuming you innocent. And third, that you will remain innocent until the government, if they can, proves to you individually reasonable doubt. The definition has been defined that reasonable doubt is doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate when making an important decision in their personal affairs, such as to buy a house, get married, any consequential decision. And you will be making, when you get this case, probably later this afternoon, you'll be making one of the most consequential decisions that you will have ever made in your life, I suspect. I don't know all of your backgrounds, but it will be a very consequential decision. That vote, as you're deliberating in your jury room, each of you will have a vote. And you will have the right to vote guilty or not guilty. And each of you will write it down. And if there's any reasonable cause for you to hesitate to write guilty, then the law requires you to write not guilty. This burden of proof that we have, many of you may have had experience with civil cases. And in civil cases, the burden of proof is much lower. And it's called by preponderance of the evidence. And you may have seen lawyers or judges or watched on TV as they give a visual image of Lady Justice, who's blind and is blindfolded, so she does not bias to one side or the other, and there's scales on Lady Justice. And those scales are the scales of justice. And in a civil case, if one party proves their case by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning ever so slightly tilt those scales in their favor, then they're entitled to the verdict. Intentional acts, you have to prove by clear and convincing evidence, and that's an intermediate quarters of the way there. But now proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard of proof the law recognizes, and it is you have to tilt the scales all the way to one side in order for the state to meet their burden.
Again, you can't like if you're a juror under your juror's instructions, you can't say this is weird, this is sketchy. It doesn't make sense that he lied about that. It doesn't make sense that he called too quickly. It doesn't make sense that blah, 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 blah. You have to say it was proven that he killed his wife and son. Looking weird, looking strange, appearing to be guilty is not the same as guilty.
Now, a little bit about, he travels a lot. He's been to a lot of countries, and he frequently, he recently returned from Scotland, where he attended a jury trial in Scotland. And he tells me it's much like this, except the lawyers wear a wig. I might benefit from something like that. But in Scotland, it runs about the same until it gets time to the verdict in the criminal case. And the jury in Scotland, where we derive our laws from, and they are given three options. One option is guilty. Second option is not guilty. And the third option is not proven. Not proven. Now here in America, we have combined the verdict of innocent and not proven into one of not guilty. And so when you go to render your verdict, if it's a verdict of not guilty, it's either you concluded that the defendant is innocent of the charges, or that the government has not met their burden of proof, their heavy burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, and one of the reasons that defendants are presumed innocent and the government has such a high burden is because in criminal cases, the defendant really doesn't have the ability.
I think that was a good move on his attorney's behalf. You don't have to. He doesn't have to be proven innocent, right? If he's not guilty, or they didn't prove he's guilty, then by default, you give the innocent, right? Even if you think he's sketchy, even if you think he's weird, even if you hate him, even if you think that all this stuff adds up to weird shit. I think that was a good move. That was a good explanation of it.
Doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the lawful authority to execute search warrants, subpoena documents, to prove his or her innocence. And so a defendant cannot secure a crime scene, cannot lift a crime scene for fingerprints, shoe-wear impressions, cannot secure telephones and get electronic data in the course of an investigation. So the defendant is limited on what they can do. In this case, on June 7th, 2021, Alec Murdoch called 911, and Officer Deputy Green, and then followed by other deputies, rolled up on the scene. And he is standing on his property. His wife and son lie dead in a pool of blood each. He's within yards of him, and he just put a shotgun down. He just put a shotgun down. And what would that look like? 90 out of 100 cases when an officer rolls up, it would look like the person who had the shotgun and two dead bodies may have done it, probably have done it. Certainly someone who should be strongly considered. And all the officers in this case told you that. Deputy Rutland said, yeah, Alec Murdoch was a suspect, but there are a lot of suspects out there. Everybody was a suspect. Fair enough. Agent Owen says, well, we have a circle, investigative circle, and it starts with immediate family members, particularly if they found the deceased.
There you go.
So he's fair. There's
no easels in a low country.
And at this time,
we don't have to watch it all. I was just checking. I just want to see how they approached it. It's not like they were trying to prove his innocence. They were just trying to prove that they didn't meet the burden to call him guilty. That's fine. All right. Back to some other interesting things. Let's go home here. I think we had another dono clip come in. Let me check the alerts before we move on. None over there. Shifty Grifty. Thank you for the follow. Oh, no. Ramesh is back. Known villain. Longtime fan. First-time caller. Here we go.
Well, Bird, this is Ramesh. It's nice to see that ginger no-soul bastard get what's coming to him.
That ginger no-soul bastard get what's coming to it. This is Ramesh. This is Ramesh. Ginger no-soul bastard get what's coming to him. Thank you very much, Ramesh. One more time in case you missed it.
Well, Bird, this is Ramesh. It's nice to see that ginger no-soul bastard get what's coming to him.
Oh, thank you very much, Ramesh, for the donation. Yeah, there's a lot of things they hear before the jury gets there. Oh my goodness, is that a bump? Oh my God, we gotta watch. I'm sorry, we gotta watch this. I can't help it. Look at this girl. Look away if you don't like this type of stuff. I gotta watch it. Oh, I gotta turn that audio off though. Oh my God, look at that. That's gotta be staff or something, don't it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Get it. Oh man, that was it. Has it been leaking on her shirt? That's gotta be a staph infection, bro. It's gotta be. Sorry, I was watching those earlier, so now it's recommending them to me. I'm weird. You know how like Miss Priss has like a foot fetish? I have a pimple fetish, and I watch pimple videos. So there you go. There's Intel Lady. Check out Intel Lady, youtube.com/@Intel Lady. All right, let's talk about Phil. So Phil came out and posted some documents today. I'll just go to his chat and we'll start there. Okay. We'll just start there. Phil Godlewski 3.0. So there has been deposition going on in Phil's case. So earlier today, let's go all the way back to the start of March 2nd. So earlier today, he says, this anon offered to put everything I found about Greg Phillips from Telegram into one thread on Truth Social. Here's the thread. And this is from, it was forwarded from Anon Famous. Let's see if we can actually see this. Apparently there was something found about Greg Phillips. The truth about Greg Phillips means Greg Phillips is broke. Onto the scene in 2022 from 2000 Mules. After the documentary, Greg began cozying up to big influencers in the movement by going on podcasts and discussing plans regarding the pit. The pit happened and nothing came from it except for more division in the movement. When Greg went to the pit, he hired many influencers to side with him and protect him from Anons questioning him online. What people don't know is that he's using Anons for his own benefit and only carries nefarious intentions. How do I know this? All you have to do is look into his past, and you can clearly see he should not be trusted. That's the same thing I said. Let's start with his Ukraine foundation called Freedom Hospital. This foundation was either a fake foundation that wanted donations from patriots, or it was a real foundation that has ties to the Azov battalion, who are the Nazis of Ukraine. Around May 2022, he made many posts that were pro-Ukraine and then deleted all of them within 30 minutes because of the amount of negative feedback he got from it. The first post he made included Viking-looking lady with a Punisher patch and a very interesting patch next to it. The red patch is a picture of Stepan Bandera, who is idolized by the Azov battalion in Ukraine. Well, okay, sure. I'm not showing assisted material on the stream. Let me see what it is first. Oh, it's the forces supporting the government of Vladimir Zelensky, following the footsteps of alliances and predecessor Petro Poroshenko, declared the birthday of Stepan Bandera, the nationalist leader who battled against the USSR and collaborated with Nazis in the middle of the last century, as an official day of commemoration of the Ukrainian nationalists. It has a swastika in it. I think that's the reason. This shows a direct connection between Greg Phillips and Zelensky. If you don't believe me, here is a post GP made, so I'm guessing a lot of this. So he does have a shady past. He seems like he's been out to make money and make the Republicans kind of his cash cow for a while. But I think they're probably leaping with some of this. He has a connection between Greg, a direct connection. If you don't believe me, here's a post GP made, which he deleted, that shows a man wearing the same shirt as Zelensky. Okay, but what does it matter if a guy has the same shirt as Zelensky? That's obviously just a man from Ukraine that has the same shirt. I don't think that means that they got a direct line. There's also the possibility that Greg Phillips, Ukraine Foundation Freedom Hospital, was just failed grift. On the Freedom Hospital YouTube page, there's only one video. The guy in the video is the actor Christopher Lavero. Let's see if we can check this out. Just because somebody's an actor doesn't mean that they're always acting, right? Everybody knows that. Thanks, Mona. The Russians are absolutely targeting infrastructure and civilian assets.
Bye.
Come on over here. They can't see you. Now they can see you.
Bye.
Say love you. What's the matter? What'd you do today? Guess what?
What?
No school tomorrow. Tell them.
no go tomorrow.
Why? Why is there no school tomorrow?
Could go no.
It's gonna snow.
Yeah.
Everybody loves
What
Ollie.
he does say?
Bless it. The dog's loving Will right about now.
Wah wah.
Wah wah. What'd you just say? You want to tell everybody bye? Have a good night.
Bye. Hey, bye.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
See you later. Out of here. Love you. Bye, buddy. Love you. Bye. You want to talk to them?
Hello, everybody. I hope you all are having a good day.
Louder.
I hope you all are having a good day.
What'd you do today? Say something.
I was supposed to have a golf game today, but they canceled it because I think it was because of rain. Yeah, it's because of rain. And tomorrow we're not going to school because high wind.
And snow overnight.
And snow. Hi, everybody. I hope you all have a good night. Bye.
See you, buddy. Love you. Bye. There's Oliver and Liam. They like to say that like this guy clearly admitted he's an actor. He's not trying to portray a Russian or a Ukrainian. He clearly admitted he was an actor. Like, he can go over there for humanitarian efforts. I think our school is using some of their weather days, inclement weather days. So I don't know how other systems work, but in Tennessee, let's say they give you 10 snow days a year. If this year you only use 9, then next year they're only going to give you 9. And if that year you only use 8, then the next year they're only going to give you 8. If that year you only use 5, the next year they're only going to give you 5. So I think they're trying to use, I mean, of course there's a chance of inclement weather, but I think they're using them extra too. Anyways, that's the video with the actor. Whoever made the Freedom Hospital video clipped it from Custer Lavero's YouTube video. Love you, bye. What? You have enough till Monday. No. Yes. Okay, love you. Love you, bye. Whoever made this video clip, sorry, Samurai, bye. Clipped it from Christopher Lavero's YouTube video. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's a thing. If you don't believe me, all you have to do is go to the Freedom Hospital YouTube video. So by comments newest, Christopher Lavero, the actor, and the Freedom Fighters. This is a scam. Do not donate to this organization. Well, that's kind of a blow. I thought they were trying to say he was an actor, so it's fake. This news is picked up and made into an article. Phillips continued to seek donations for months after. That seems to be the thing. When he busted on the scene, Johnny did a bunch of research, and we did too independently. When he first comes on the scene, he seems to be this loud guy that's yelling about this and yelling about that and whatever. But remember when Phil tried to say they worked together? Oh yeah, I know him. We used to work together at the agency. But now we're all throwing him under the bus because he doesn't like Phil. But there's no way True the Vote was part of this. Right, wrong at the bottom of the website when it was functioning. Listed Catherine's Truth. To check yourself, use the Wayback Machine for their website. Okay. True the Vote, EIN, is serving as fiscal sponsor for the Freedom Hospital. Okay, so True the Vote was sponsoring the Freedom Hospital. Charitable contributions are given to the fiscal sponsor. Okay, so if this is true, 501c3 status is currently pending for the Freedom Hospital. True the Vote is serving as a fiscal sponsor for the Freedom Hospital. Are given to the fiscal sponsor. So True the Vote got the money that the Freedom Hospital that was donated to the Freedom Hospital, supposedly. 10 out of whatever. So True the Vote is nefarious, it looks like. In 2012, Catherine Engelbrecht and her group King Street Patriots worked with the Koch brothers Foundation, Americans for Prosperity. David Koch has ties with Jeffrey Epstein and Charles Koch. The Koch brothers have ties with everybody on the right and a lot of people on the left. I don't know how much I'd put into that, but yeah, they have ties with everybody in politics. Texas blocked Greg's business from being able to do business in the state. So is this where Catherine comes from? Greg registered a business in other states with a Texas address, and it looks like Catherine registered one in Texas for him. They have so many businesses interconnected, and one of them is even listed as a government contractor. Damn. So it seems he didn't learn nothing when he worked with you, Phil, huh? Not at the agency. True the Vote, Inc. Trustee, employees, highest compensated. Okay. $5,000 there. Statement of revenue. This is all for True the Vote, Inc. True the Vote, Inc. True the Vote, Inc. I thought they were going to show us multiple businesses, not just True the Vote. That's what I was looking for. It's other business names. I don't know. True the Vote, Inc. It looks like they're all for True the Vote. And I'm not going through each of these line by line. Not only that, Greg and Catherine have had their businesses give both personal and business loans to themselves, along with the award-winning contracts to themselves. Along with awarding contracts to themselves. OPSEC was funded by True the Vote. What is OPSEC? OPSEC was funded by True the Vote. Service unavailable. Sweet. Document cloud. True the Vote tax return. Oh, that's the same document cloud we were just on. But wait, there's more. Before Greg Phillips met Catherine, he worked in Haiti the same time the Clintons were there, but he's no way connected to the Clintons, right? Nope. He was directly connected. No sauce that suggests me as anything other than a freedom fighter for 40 years. From fighting Satan to Clintons to communism, I've never varied. I've worked around the world in politics, always on the side of freedom. I've run ops that have destroyed Marxists and communists. I have worked in response to the disasters, saving babies and old folks all over the world because God called me to service. My true north has always been the same. Anything else is BS, and you should question them on all. Greg Phillips, CEO at AutoGov, who has a relationship with Project Metashare, okay, is what that says about Haiti. Yesterday, President Clinton visited Project Metashare sites at the hospital. Okay, this isn't exactly direct involvement with the Clintons. He was CEO at AutoGov, who has a relationship with Project Metashare in Haiti while he was working in Haiti. Clinton visited a Project Metashare site. But what if there could have been thousands of these sites? And that doesn't prove a direct connection, but I get what you're saying, I guess. Project Metashare, the foundation, maybe he's going to clarify here. The foundation Greg Phillips worked for in Haiti received grants from the Clintons and Bush Haiti Fund. So he worked with Clinton and Bush while in Haiti. Wait a second. Project Metashare received grants from the Clintons, Bush, Haiti Fund. So he worked with the Clintons and Bush family while in Haiti. Well, not exactly. Project Metashare, which received grants from the Clinton, Bush, Haiti Fund. Okay. But I'm sure a lot of people grifted off Haiti. It was just a lot of people grift off natural disasters or government funds for natural disasters. But I'm sure he doesn't have direct communication with the Clintons, right? Wrong. True the Vote hired Craig Sawyer as a bodyguard who used to do protection for Hillary Clinton. Craig Sawyer used to be a bodyguard for Clinton, McCain, Rumsfeld, and even Sean Penn. Okay. I know who Craig the Sawman Sawyer is, but he's done this work for tons of political. Okay. I don't know. Whatever. Great gathering of American patriots finding solutions and correct measures for our beloved USA. Greg Phillips, real sawman. Okay. Whatever. Greg Phillips was chairman of the board. I don't think that the Clintons' bodyguard means that they have direct communication with him still, a former bodyguard. Greg Phillips, not Lil Haiti, regular Haiti. Greg Phillips was the chairman of the board for AutoGov, a healthcare tech company in 2010. When Greg went to Haiti, he was working with Medishare. AutoGov's platform is selected by the University of Miami's project Medishare and the Center for Disease Control to implement the software in Haiti's Central Plateau. He was working with Clinton and Bush and the CDC in Haiti. AutoGov's board of directors has selected health and human services expert Rose A. Hayden as chief executive officer today. Hayden assumes the CEO role from founder Greg A. Phillips, who will remain as chairman of the board and head of AutoGov's technology innovation and its expanding international operations. About Hayden, Phillips said, Rose is the perfect choice to be AutoGov's CEO. Most recently, AutoGov's platform was selected by the University of Miami's Project Medishare for this and the Center for Disease Control to implement the software in Haiti's plateau, Central Plateau. February 2nd, 2010 to January 21st, a C-130 aircraft piloted by the U.S. Air Force landed at Port-au-Prince Airport in Hawaii. Phillips' tenacious focus paid off with the military transport into Haiti, Williams explained. Greg Phillips, CEO of AutoGov, who has a relationship with Project Medishare, a nonprofit medical relief in Haiti. 3 days after the tragic quake, Carestream shipped the ITX 560 to Miami with a service engineer on standby all weekend waiting to leave. On Monday morning, Williams got the all clear to travel to Miami, where he met Phillips. As Williams explained, Greg deserves a lot of credit. He worked for 2 days straight trying to get us down to Haiti. Phillips' tenacious focus paid off with the military transport into Haiti. Greg deserves credit. He worked for 2 days trying to get down to Haiti. In closing, you can make a donation to American Red Cross for the relief efforts. Project Medishare, Carestream, Greg Phillips, Red Cross missing $500 million in relief money. So now there's connections to Clinton, Bush, Red Cross, CDC from his trip to Haiti. In closing, if you'd like to help, you can make a donation to the American Red Cross. Okay. Greg Phillips is a Project Medishare next to its sponsor called Yale Haiti Foundation. The organization failed to make tax payments and was investigated by the IRS. They also have ties to UNICEF and A-list celebrities like Madonna and Beyonce. But how could the savior of the 2022 midterms and the ripcord do this to honest, hardworking people? I mean, 2,000 Mules was so important. Well, if you look closer to the 2,000 Mules, it only shows a well-produced documentary with no real data. Who was the data man? Our very own Greg Phillips. Geo-tracking data in Atlanta while looking at a rotated image of Moscow. Well, yeah, these weren't. I tried to explain this to Phil. These aren't real screenshots. Oh, he's looking at an image of Moscow. How could that be? Well, that's B-roll. If you think this is his actual fucking screen, then you're an idiot. I think he's always been trying to get in the mainstream and always been trying to look like he was helping while making money. And it's honestly a good grift. 2,000 Mules had rotated stock photo of Moscow when they were talking about Atlanta. Yeah, they're not going to show that on the fucking screen, but whatever. But why would Greg Phillips lie? Well, he's been conjuring up false promises since 2017. So this is some of the stuff I found. Here's an interview he did with CNN that shows he would show proof of millions of illegal from 6 years ago. This is what we found. And even before this, he was messing around trying to get like governors and shit to support him. Oh, no sound? Ah, yes, turned down. You're right.
Happened yet, but he said he was going to do it, so we're waiting. Our next guest first tweeted the claim that 3 million people voted illegally on November 11th. That's Greg Phillips. He tweeted, completed analysis of database of 180 million voter registrations. Number of non-citizen votes exceeds 3 million. Consulting legal team. Now, 2 days later, he sent another tweet. We have verified more than 3 million votes cast by non-citizens. We are joining @TrueTheVote to initiate legal action. #unrigged. Those tweets went wild. They were disseminated by many right-wing sites.
He comes on. That's him there.
Through back channels, picked up on what you put out in those initial tweets as a suggestion, which we'll get to, and that is motivating his current belief.
Well, I mean, he's president of the United States. It's clearly way above my pay grade. Our analysis is what it is, and we believe that truth is truth. And if
where's the proof?
His team believe the same is true, then maybe they are. But our motivations in initiating all of this had nothing to do with President Trump.
Okay, so what is the truth, to use the word? Do you know, and can you prove right now, that 3 million people voted illegally?
Yes. We began this effort years and years ago. We have developed a database of 189 million voting records. We've augmented that database with everything from geocoding to all sorts of identifying information. We've developed algorithms that allow us to first verify identity. We can verify residency. We can verify citizenship, felon status, and all of the other factors that go into making
We have it all. Things are happening.
The proof. Yes. Because when you tweeted those things and the media came to you about it, you said, hold on. This is just a tweet. I'm just some guy. I haven't proven it yet. This is what I think I'll be able to do in the future, right? You did say that.
Well, I don't think I ever said that I think. I mean,
But you hadn't done it yet, what I'm saying. When you initially tweeted it, you admitted you hadn't done it yet.
No, that's not.
God, I hate the Comos.
In an interview with you.
Well, the statesman was wrong, as is often the case. Our concerns all along were simply that what we're talking about here is we're going to...
This is another one of his failed companies we found. It says founder of VoteStand. VoteStand was another failed company. He was supposed to be fixing elections. There's a lot of money in claiming that elections were rigged and you can fix it or you can prove it.
Should we push this out there? We're talking about accusing 3 million people of multiple felonies. It's a federal felony to register to vote, and it's a federal felony to vote.
Right.
So if we jumped out there with just our initial analysis rather than refining it and quality checking it, we'd be out there with accusing potentially some people that really aren't committing felonies of felonies.
Well, how did you not do that in your first tweet? Just as a matter of fact, you said we know that 3 million illegally voted.
Right.
You did that already.
We didn't name a soul though. We didn't name a person.
And you still have it.
But we will.
Do you have the proof?
Yes.
Will you provide it?
Yes.
Can I have it?
No.
Why?
The rest of the tweets, there was a whole series of tweets. Right. Those were taken slightly out of context. But one of the key tweets that we have, but we will.
Do you have the proof?
Yes.
Will you provide it?
Yes.
Can I have it?
No.
Why?
The rest of the tweets, there was a whole series of tweets. Right. Those were taken slightly out of context. All though. We didn't name a person.
And you still have it.
But we will.
Do you have the proof?
Yes.
They keep rewinding it.
Can I have it?
No.
Why?
The rest of the tweets, there was a whole series of tweets. Right. Those were taken slightly out of context. But one of the key tweets that we have stuck with all along is we're going to release all of this to the public. We're going to release our methodology. We're going to release the raw data.
That's what he said. This exact same thing he said at the pit. We're going to release our algorithm. We're going to release it to you. You can use it to do this and check that. And we're going to give you all the raw data and you can dig through it. Everybody's going to see it. It's just a replay.
We're going to release our conclusion.
And I said this when he come out with with 2,000 Mules.
We're going to release everything to the public.
When?
As soon as we get done with the checks.
Wait, hold on. So you're not...
Long is we're going to release all of this to the public. We're going to release our methodology. We're going to release the raw data. We're going to release our conclusions. We're going to release everything to the public.
When?
As soon as we get done with the checks.
What
have stuck with all along is we're going to release all of this to the public. We're going to release our methodology. We're going to release the
as soon as we get done with our checks.
Conclusions. We're going to release everything to the public.
When?
As soon as we get done with the checks.
Wait, hold on. So you're not done checking it yet?
The challenge is this. Let's just say that we're talking about verifying.
Anyways, on to the next one. Is that going to autoplay? Let's not do that. In the clip above, Greg Phillips was noted as the founder of VoteStand, which is very similar to Freedom Hospital because it failed. Essentially, VoteStand appears to be barely downloaded, and even less used app. It is unclear how it could be responsible for chronicling 3 million reports of fraud. Another false promise that happened recently was the ripcord, which was supposed to happen July 2022. In an interview, he said it would happen in 6 weeks. This interview occurred May 28th, 2022. The clip was taken around the 34-minute mark. This is when ripcord was supposed to come out which is supposed to help. It's supposed to be for you, right? So you could break this data down yourself. So what does this all mean? It means Greg Phillips has a nefarious past and he's currently taking advantage of many good-hearted people. But why would he do this? Well, in his Connick case, he let the public know that him and Catherine are FBI informants. So this is a matter of what does the FBI want? What? Was I able to? No, but that's not. So the question was, were you able to independently verify that this data you were seeing came from Connick server in China? So this is about the Connick server. He claimed that he could tell. He was the one who claimed all this stuff about Connick, right? The server in China, and they intercepted it or bought it from China or got it from China. It says, was I able to? No, but that's not my job. My job was to, once I learned it, to hand off the information to the FBI. Your job for who? The FBI, as a confidential informant. Mike Hassan and the FBI. And even though you saw it, you don't think that you ever had possession of it? No, sir. Even though you saw it for 4.5 hours? Yes, sir. And you are in possession to say whether, in a position to say whether the LA County DA ever had it? This detail. Wait a second. As a confidential informant. Sorry. The founder and contractor. Oh, shit. Let me do this. Bardeen. Remove paywall. Sorry, there's a paywall in this article I'm trying to read currently. The founder and contractor for Houston nonprofit testified under oath last week that they were FBI confidential informants who worked alongside law enforcement during a 16-month investigation into the software company. They alleged shared election poll worker data with the Chinese government. Catherine, founder of True the Vote, and contractor Greg Phillips accused Connick Inc., a Michigan-based company specializing in the election logistics software, of allowing the Chinese government to access a server in China that held the personal information, including social security numbers, phone numbers, bank account numbers, addresses of nearly 2 million U.S. election workers. Connick Inc. admittedly denied all the allegations and filed a lawsuit against Catherine and Greg and True the Vote on September 12th for defaming their company and founder. True the Vote's unique brand of racism and xenophobia against you, a U.S. citizen, and with a U.S.-based company. Greg and Catherine accused of spearheading, quote, a red Chinese communist op run against the United States, led to death threats against Yu and his family, the owner, Eugene Yu. According to the lawsuit, U.S. District Judge Kenneth Hoyt granted a temporary restraining order on September 12th against the defendants due to Connick having a substantial likelihood of success in winning the lawsuit. Hoyt prohibited True the Vote from accessing Connick's computers and ordered Catherine and Greg to identify everyone who hacked the company's servers. On the witness stand, Catherine and Greg said they were confidential informants for the FBI who were told by two special agents to take the nuclear option and go public about their roles in the data hack and how it contributed to Yu's arrest on October 4th for the possible theft of personal identifying information of the Los Angeles County poll workers. When an FBI agent tells you that it's happening and suggests you take the nuclear option, it gives you something to think about, Catherine testified. What? I didn't even know this is out there. I quit covering him after his pit and shit. I like that he called Phil out because he was right about Phil, but the rest of this is wild, dude. Anyways, we don't have to read all this. This is the post that Phil shared. We don't have to read all of it, but all right, let me get out of here. All right, back to Phil's Telegram. You guys can check that out if you want to. Phil shared it. It's about Greg Phillips on Truth Social. Then he says, let's see what else is here. Then he says, case update. So this is where we start on the case stuff. Case update. The Scranton Times took another one directly to the chin yesterday during depositions. 2 witnesses were called and deposed for over 7 hours. Each witness was cross-examined by my attorney. Yeah, that's how it works. 2 more witnesses will be deposed tomorrow. So he doesn't tell us how the Scranton Times takes one on the chin at all. It just says they did because they had 2 witnesses. They were cross-examined, and there'll be 2 witnesses tomorrow. How is that them losing or taking one on the chin? That doesn't make much sense. But he goes on. He says that and then goes on. I'm going to stretch my back for a second. He goes on by saying, the various motions by the Scranton Times trying to get this lawsuit thrown out, which isn't going to happen. There are various motions, which isn't going to happen. This is now the 4th time in which the Times have asked for a dismissal, with the first 3 being denied by the judge. I think this might be the second time they've asked. So they asked once in the hearing, which they said they knew it was a long shot, but they wanted some stuff on record, and it's worth a chance. And then now they're asking now that discovery is basically wrapped up, now is the time to make the motion for it. Well, actually, they did a finding of law. They'll probably file a motion for dismissal as well. This is a finding of law, but they mentioned it in there. Judging by the Times attorney Hinton, his willingness to start depositions before the judge's ruling on the current motion to dismiss, again, it's not a motion to dismiss. It is a finding of truth and of law. So your attorney writes what he thinks is the truth and what should happen by law. Their attorney writes what he thinks is the truth and what should happen by law. The judge reads them both and then sits down and comes up with his own, usually somewhere in the middle. Willingness to start depositions before the judge is ruling on this current motion to dismiss. This shows that even he and the Times have zero confidence in the possibility of dismissal. This case is going to a jury, folks, which is exactly where I've always wanted it to go. And then he shares a little smirk. He then follows that up with sharing a post from someone named Joy in the Journey. And it says, at Phil Godlewski, if they offered you an out of court settlement, would you take it? No, or say, no way, Jose. No way, Jose. I've been to Mexico before. Or say, no way, Jose, laugh out loud. That was from Joy of the Journey, which is basically saying one of Phil's fake accounts. And Phil responds. Now, this is his response. I haven't decided yet. I believe my odds of winning 100+ million from a jury are very, very high. The experts we have that will come to trial and testify on my behalf are going to be way too overwhelming for the defense to navigate. Now, I really want you to think about this. I'm not making a joke, okay? I really want you to think of this. What expert witness could Phil have that could prove he did not have a sexual relationship with BD when she was a minor, with Bree when she was a minor? What expert witness could he call? Think. I don't know what he's made this up. I think that's the point. An expert witness. What expert witness could he possibly? He's not calling like a tech expert witness to prove the text messages don't exist, because they do. He's not calling anybody to prove that he had a private investigator to prove that these girls texted each other and tried to pretend it was him, because that didn't happen. He never hired that person that he claims he did, that he won the last case. The district attorney who got him to sign the plea deal is not going to come. What expert witness by the court standard, an expert witness is going to come testify on his behalf and prove that it didn't happen? So when Phil signed a legal agreement that he was a public figure and not a private citizen, this case was all but over. In the event that you file a slander or a defamation suit, as you file against somebody, and you are a public figure, okay, a public figure, not only do you have to prove that they said something inaccurate and it hurts you in some way, financially, reputation, whatever, you have to prove, in the state of Pennsylvania and about every other state in the U.S., you have to prove that they knew it was inaccurate, that they knew it wasn't correct, that they knew it was a lie, and said, fuck it, we're printing it anyways. Which basically amounts to, he has to prove now, the burden of proof is on him, that he has to prove that he didn't sleep with a girl. He's worried that the Scranton Times can't prove he did. Can he prove he didn't? Because he has to prove it was untrue, plus they knew it wasn't. So can he prove that he didn't, and there was some way for them to possibly know that he didn't, and still say, fuck it, we're doing it anyways? Mike Penny's in the chat, everybody. Thank you for showing up, Penny.
Of course not. He has nothing.
He says similar defamation cases across the U.S. have ended in $180 million to $487 million in punitive damage awards. If they offered a settlement, it would have to be for an undisclosed amount. An undisclosed amount. And also have many different terms attached. And yes, Chris Kelly must be fired, non-negotiable. Must be fired, non-negotiable. Then he shares this image. Don't laugh. I think this is from some trolls, honestly, but he shares this image. And says, cool, but where did my hair go? Cool, but where did my hair go? It's right there. That's the same amount of hair you've always had. That's the same amount of hair. I don't know if you've noticed, Phil, but it's not exactly thick. It says the 100 most influential people, Phil Godlewski, Oprah Winfrey, Sean Hannity, I can't even, Chloe something, Cardi B, I can't even remember read the other ones. It's so low quality. Cool, but where did my hair go? Well, Phil, you don't have much hair, buddy. It's going. It's going. He then shares a post from Shadow of Ezra, which we know that none of these are true, and we've heard this before, that Hunter Biden is singing. How many times have we heard that Hunter Biden is singing and spilling everything on Joe and the whole family? Hundreds of times, probably, at least. At least. Then he says, told you months ago about this. Yeah, that's been going on. That's been going on forever. That's been going on for, people have been saying this for years. That Hunter Biden.
Sapien just resubscribed for 5 months. Times cover Phil looks like Colin Robinson from What We Do in the Shadows.
Looks like Colin Robinson from What We Do in the Shadows. That's right. Thank you very much, Semi Sapien, for the support. Thank you for that. It's funny. he says, I told you about this months ago. But yeah, but we've heard about it for years. We heard about it. You guys remember during President Biden's first ever like address from the White House, there was like a weird clip where someone was talking and people thought, oh, this is Hunter Biden talking before it starts for some reason. He's being picked up on a microphone. And he was literally talking about going to talk to the agents and something else. They're like, oh, he's taking a plea deal and he's going to take everybody down. This was literally when Joe, like 2 or 3 days after Joe Biden took office. They've literally started this rumor before he took office, before he won. He says he shares a alleged post, or he says shares a post from Captain K that allegedly says CBS failure to mask vaccinate causing rise in heart attacks among young people. Have you guys seen the images that are popping up that looks like fucking grape jelly? That looks like fucking grape jelly, and that they're saying that it's medicine that medicine, or I'm sorry, they're saying that it's blood out of people who took the medicine, people who took the vaccine. They're saying it's vaccinated blood. It looks like grape jelly. It looks just like grape jelly. This shit's crazy. Crazy. Try to blame around mainstream news. Younger people. I'm looking for something. Hold on just a second. Not fulfilled. Prophecy fulfilled. Check the reactions to the newest speed prediction on the things they tried to blame. DC Drano. Now they aren't mainstream. Now reports. Then one anchor pointed out that COVID doesn't affect young people that severely. She's making stuff up based on her own prior political professional. What? Young people die. Meanwhile, they've been blaming breathing too many times a day. Oh, there's a bunch of people responding to it. Sorry, I'm trying to find something here. The original link to this. I see it on something called Frontline.news. But that's about the only place I'm seeing it. Let's see. Open link at a new time. Frontline.news. CBS News, this is what it claims. CBS News suggesting that failure to wear a mask and the injections is to blame for a spike in heart attacks. CBS medical contributor Dr. Celine Grounder made the comments this month during a segment with anchors Tony Ducapil, I don't know, and Lila Luciano, in which they discussed a September study by Cedars-Sinai on the study found spikes in deaths, blah, blah, blah. The excess death defined by the difference between the observed and predicted mortality rates was most pronounced in the youngest 25 to 44-year-old age descendants, ranging from 23 to 34% for the youngest compared to the 13% to 18% of the oldest age groups. The researchers acknowledged that infections such as a flu can increase risk for heart disease and heart attack, but stressed that the sharp rise in heart attack deaths is like nothing seen before. This dramatic rise in heart attacks, blah, blah, blah. I want to see who said this. The researchers, the study contrasts between peer-reviewed studied, notably another, but these other studies were not mentioned during the CBS News discussion. So the 25 to 44-year-olds, you saw a 30% increase risk of death, heart attack. That really is quite striking, said Gardner. That's not a group, an age group in which you normally see heart attacks, much less dying from a heart attack. Dukapil asked Grounder what she thinks might be the... I just want to see it. Is this the video of it? Maybe not. Gruden confirmed, funded, credited. I can't find a fucking source for this. Who is this from? That's from a different doctor. Okay, that's not it. That's study. Said Dr. Yee, study. I don't know if this is true because I can't find a single fucking source from it. I know there's people on there. There was a person on Twitter claiming it. That's what Not the Bee is referencing. Let me see if I can find this tweet. Okay, of course it's not there. Mainstream news now reporting 30% increase heart attack deaths. The cause, low rates of masking and vaccinations. Well, I'm trying to find the motherfucker. Anyways, he shares a post about COVID. I can't find the source for this, and I really wanted to see it, but I can't find it. It doesn't matter. Moving on. Is that not his post anyways? He shares it from Seth Cashel, Captain K. He points to this post and says, "This is how stupid they think you are." Then he shares a post that says "bot check," where he shares this other magazine centerfold.
Because I'm a dick.
This one here. I took all the shots, but posted out on Craigslist that I'm pure blood. Now there's 17 Q-tard ladies with Texas glory hole babies. Boom. That's right. Texas glory hole with a donation coming in tonight. Thank you very much for that. Coming in with some 6-packs from buymeacoffee.com. Texas glory hole. Thank you very much for the 6-pack. I appreciate it. So then he posts this gym here, and it says, GQ found my hair. Thank you, GQ. And it says, Brando on Brando, The Secret Diaries of a Movie Legend. It's got Phil Godlewski, GQ's leading man of the year. The text isn't even fucking right. Neither is D-Live. The Playboy, the Prince, and the President. The sex scandal that won't die. I don't know. I don't know why he shares these things. I don't know why he shares these things, but he does. I don't. Obviously, he's some guy he shared a post from. I'm sure he's a truth or whatever. He's a Telegram guy. Then we get into the court documents. So this is what he shares next. He shares sanctions, findings, conclusions. So let me grab that one first. Oh shit! I had to shut it down. I have to grab them again. That's fine. All right. So this is what he shares as a court document, which is also what's going to be published tonight. From the website. He just shared it already. And then he also shares, he says, when he shares this, he says, we have only just begun. We have only just begun. And then he shares a post of someone in his chat, T. Lig, saying, looks like he won by that document. What the fuck? What do you mean it looks like this is a finding of fact? What does it mean looks like he won? It's so dumb. Anyways, he did. Here we go. In their second and third motions for sanctions, the defendants have raised various alleged shortcomings of the part of the plaintiff, Philip Godlewski. They forgot a space here. In response, or they forgot to double space it at least. In response to defendants' numerous requests for discovery, these alleged shortcomings are often vague and generally seek to challenge the veracity of Godlewski's responses rather than the legal sufficiency of the responses. And so what they're saying is their claims are vague. They're saying he never turned this in. He never answered this. But what they're really upset about is he didn't answer it the way they wanted him to. That's their claim. The alleged shortcomings are often vague, generally seek challenge, blah, blah, blah. It appears from how defendants presented their evidence and arguments at the time of the hearing on the sanctions motion that defendants were attempting to prematurely obtain a summary judgment or hold a bench trial on the ultimate issues in this matter. As the court observed numerous times during the testimony, matters of credibility of the witnesses regarding the underlying facts of this matter were not the subject of the hearing. Instead, those issues are ultimately within the purview of a trier of fact. Whether that trier is a jury or a judge at a bench trial, this court is tasked with determining whether Godlewski provided legally sufficient responses to defendant's discovery request. Yes, this hearing was on discovery, sure. Can a judge make a motion to throw out a case because of a discovery hearing? Sure. It takes a lot, but he can do it. To assist the court with this matter, Godlewski will offer general findings of fact and conclusions of law applicable to discovery sanctions. Godlewski will then proceed to set forth findings of facts and conclusions of law relevant to each specific matter raised and conclude with the issues of counsel fees. Why they keep saying Godlewski? Why are they not saying the plaintiff or the plaintiff's attorneys or something? They keep saying Godlewski will first offer general findings. Godlewski will then proceed to set forth on part of the plaintiff, Philip Godlewski, but they should have said something about counsel. He's not doing this himself. Defendant's second motion for sanctions alleges the following issues concerning Godlewski's response to various discovery requests. Failure to comply with the preservation of evidence letter. Again, this is where he deleted his text messages. B, the veracity of Godlewski's answers to questions 32 and 33 of defendant's first set readings as follows. Did the 15-year-old victim who was the subject of your 2010 criminal charges touch you in a sexual manner at any time during the years of 2008 to 2010? Answer, no. Do you have any letters, emails, or text messages to or from the 15-year-old girl? None. The veracity of Godlewski's response to the request 20, erroneously identified at various places as 19 in defendant's first request for production, reading as follows. Any documents sent to or from the 15-year-old girl referred to in the article attached to your complaint. Now, that doesn't mean that she's still a 15-year-old girl. She was a 15-year-old girl referred to in the article who is now has aged because the article has aged. Godlewski's response to request 7 and defendant's fourth request for production documents as follows. Produce any text messages between Phil Godlewski and BD between January 1st, 2008 to the present date. And this is on at the top of this, it says anything that says to the present date is ongoing. It goes and goes and goes. It goes and goes. It doesn't stop. Plaintiff does not have any. The veracity of Godlewski's denial of ever having a sexual relationship with BD, as set forth in Godlewski's response to question 7 of the defendant's fourth set. Defendants have not filed a motion to compel concerning the matters raised in the second motion. Defendant's third motion for sanctions, third motion, raises the issue of Godlewski's compliance with the court's orders from November 14, 2022, directing Godlewski to produce various videos. Defendants have demanded the following relief: dismissal with prejudice, third motion, addendum clause, second motion, addendum clause D. Counsel fees, the amount of $35,000 together with another $35,000 for alleged bad faith conduct. Second motion, addendum. Sanctions, general conclusions of law. Sanctions in discovery matters are governed by PA RCP 4019. The rules of civil procedure that a court may, so this is talking about discovery matters. The court may, on motion, enter an appropriate order if, in relevant parts, a party failed to serve answers in questions, a party failed to produce or permit inspection of documents and things, a party fails to make discovery or to obey an order of the court respecting discovery, that's C, A, B, or C. The rules of civil procedure empower courts to enter orders providing the following relief in relevant parts by way of sanctions. Orders that matters be taken to an established in accordance with claim of the party obtaining that order. Orders refusing to allow a party to support or oppose designated claims or defenses or to prevent introduction of evidence. Orders striking pleadings or entering judgments. Such other orders are just. The rules of civil procedure provide that a motion for sanctions must be filed after a motion to compel. This is a two-step process as mandatory. PA-RCP 4019, 1978 explanatory comment. Defendant's second motion is dismissed as defendants have not previously filed any motion to compel concerning the matters complained of in this second motion. So they're saying that they can't have a second motion because they never filed for a motion to compel. But I think the first motion was on the same grounds. They had a motion to compel. They filed when it didn't happen. That was the motion to compel is like, hey, the court needs to tell him he's got to do this. So they had one motion to compel one, and he didn't do it. So they filed motion for sanctions. One. Neither one of those were ruled on, but then it became more egregious that he wasn't following what the court told him to do. So they filed motion for sanctions 2, still on the first motions to compel, right? So they asked the judge to tell him to do something once. The judge told him. He didn't do it, so that was a motion. And then it became more egregious that he wasn't doing it and actively deleting and hiding, allegedly. And that's when they filed the second one. Defendant's second motion is dismissed. Defendants have not previously filed a motion to compel concerning the matters explained in the second motion, nor has the court entered any previous order concerning the matters complained of in the second motion. PA-RCP 4019 provides no mechanism for the challenging the legal sufficiency of responses. Phil's going to get burnt so bad he's going to need some of that. He's going to need some of that fucking insurance from the Native Americans for sure. Basis of responses provided from any statements of other witnesses. Defendant's second motion is dismissed to the extent that it raises issues of material fact as to which there is a disagreement in the testimony of various witnesses. The court notes that a trier of fact will ultimately decide these matters. In consideration with the imposition of sanctions, the sanction must be appropriate when compared to the violation of discovery rules, a cite court case law. The following factors must be considered when deciding a motion for discovery sanctions. A, prejudice resulting to the opposing party. B, whether the prejudice can be cured. C, willfulness or bad faith in failing to comply with discovery order. D, the number of discovery violations. So that's like 1,500. Every one of those messages is a violation. E, the importance of the precluded evidence in light of the failure. A trial can impose no more severe sanction than dismissing the lawsuit. So that's the most severe sanction you could do. That's the most severe sanction that you could take out. The trial court can impose no more severe sanction than dismissing a lawsuit. Defendant's requests for dismissal of this case are denied. So basically, that's just them claiming or asking for this. Defendant's specific issue. June 8th, preservation of evidence letter, findings of fact. On or about June 8th, 2021, defendants sent a preservation of evidence letter to Godlewski. The June 8th, 2021 letter established as the scope of preservation notice as following. I hereby request that Philip Godlewski hereafter you preserve and not alter in any way any evidence, including documents and electronically stored information, ESI, about the lawsuit, the defendants, the article attached to the plaintiff complaint filed in the case, any criminal charges ever filed against Phil Godlewski, Philip Godlewski's employment and affiliation with ERA, One Source Realty, and his termination from ERA, One Source Realty, Phil Godlewski's separation from his wife,
the events at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, any IRS or PA Department of Revenue liens against Phil Godlewski, any loans made to him by Sanita Ora. Who is Sanita Ora? Sanita is Phil's. Remember when I told you that when Phil couldn't come up with the money from the check he bounced that landed him in jail last summer, that the owner of the company Phil worked at paid it off for him? That is Sanita Ora. That was the owner of the company who paid off Phil's debt, allegedly. Any loans made to him by Sanita Ora, Phil Godlewski's videos posted on YouTube or other social media, social networking platforms, all posts and communication on GiveSendGo, Facebook, Telegram, Twitter, or Instagram made by him, in general, preserve any electronic or documentary evidence in your possession or control relating to these subjects. Defendants questioned Godlewski concerning numerous text messages between Godlewski and BD a few days before Godlewski provided responses to various discovery requests. Godlewski admits to having engaged in text conversations. Godlewski admitted that he deleted text conversations. Yeah, I think that's part of it. Godlewski testified that he deleted the conversations out of that concern that someone would grab or hack his phone. So it's a lot about them fucking, a lot of dick pics. He deleted them all. But he's also in the middle of a case about her. He probably shouldn't be deleting them. Godlewski testified that he deleted the conversations due to privacy concerns. Godlewski believed that the text messages had no evidentiary value in the case. Defendants were able to recover all of the text messages from the cell phone of BD Bree using Cellbrite software and the services of Dennis Shank. The text messages are, here we go. Evidence letter, conclusions of law. So this is what his lawyer says he concludes by the law. So you have statement of fact, what actually happened, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you have conclusions of law, what should happen by the law. The text messages are outside the scope of material set forth the June 8, 2021 preservation letter. Godlewski has not violated the terms of the June 8, 2021 preservation letter, and defendant's request for sanctions on that issue is denied. In the alternative, assuming the text messages are within the scope of evidence, whose preservation was requested on June 8, 2021 letter, the court finds that defendants are not prejudiced by deletion of the text messages as they retrieved the text messages in their entirety from cell phone of BD Bree. Godlewski's deletion of the text messages was not a willful violation of court order, since no order prohibiting that deletion existed then. The court will decline to impose sanctions. C, questions 32 and 33, the first set, findings of fact. Defendants issued a first set of questions to Godlewski, which combined with Godlewski's answers contain the following text. Did the 15-year-old victim who is the subject of your 2010 criminal charges touch you in a sexual manner at any time during 2008-2010? No. Do you have any letters, emails, or text messages from the 15-year-old girl? None. Concerning question 32, which is the first one, Bree testified that Godlewski had a sexual relationship with Bree while Bree was in 9th grade. Bree testified that Godlewski was 24 or 25 at the time. Godlewski denied and continues to deny that he had a sexual relationship with Bree while Bree was a minor. Concerning question 33, which is the second one, Godlewski understood the question about the 15-year-old girl to refer to Bree. Godlewski took the question to apply to communications with Bree when she was 15. I thought you just meant while she was 15. Did I have any messages while she was 15? Godlewski testified that he had no contact with messages with Bree while she was 15. Godlewski testified that he did not understand the 15-year-old girl as means of privacy protection rather than a temporal qualifier. That's an absolute lie. That's an absolute lie. As defendants used BD to identify Bree and other discovery requests. Here's what they conclude. With the exception of the provisions of PA RCP 4019 D1 through 4, denials of requested admissions where the subject matter is proven at trial, The Pennsylvania Rules of Civil Procedures provides no mechanism for sanctioning discovery responses on the basis that the responses contradict other testimony or evidence offered. By way of analogy, the court notes that in the context of a motion for summary judgment, oral testimony alone, either through testimony affidavits or depositions of the moving party or the moving party's witness, even if uncontradicted, is generally insufficient to establish the absence of genuine issue of material facts. So, basically, if you were going for a summary judgment, oral testimony alone is usually not enough.
So, witness is coming up and giving testimony.
In this matter, defendants would have the court adopt their account of relations between Godlewski and Bree based upon the oral testimony of the defendant's witness. The court is not in a position presently to judge the credibility of the party's testimony concerning the facts of this matter, which underlie the ultimate issues. That is the province of a jury or judge in the case of a bench trial after a full trial. Accordingly, the court will deny the motion for sanctions with respect to question 32 of defendant's first set. Concerning question 33, the court finds that Godlewski did not willfully fail to answer question 33, requested communication specifically from the 15-year-old girl, which was reasonably interpreted as a temporal qualifier, so a timeline qualifier, to the information sought. They were only asking if he had text messages from her while she was 15. That's Phil's claim. So if I say, hey, I was texting on the phone with a 12-year-old kid, he pissed me off, I went and kicked him in the head. That was about 3 years ago. And someone said, do you have text messages from this 10-year-old kid? And I said, no. And then they find out that I talked to him the next day when he turned 11 and said, yeah, and I'll kick you in the head again. That I would be able to get out of that by saying, oh, I thought you meant while he was 10. Of course. Yeah, I've got 11-year-old text messages. Got it. In the alternative, the court finds that the defendants were not prejudiced by Godlewski's non-disclosure of the text messages, as defendants obtained the messages directly from Bree. Accordingly, the court will deny the motion for sanctions with respect to question 33 of the defendant's first set. Question 20 of the first set, findings of fact. Defendant issued a first set of questions to Godlewski, which combined with Godlewski's answers contain the following text. Any documents sent to or from the 15-year-old girl referred to in the article attached to your complaint? None. The findings of fact with respect to question 20 are identical to those by the court concerning questions 32 and 33. Those findings of fact are incorporated herein. I don't think the judge will like this. I don't think the judge will like having to read like, see answer above. But whatever. Question 20, conclusions of law, same as above. Request 7 for the fourth set, findings of fact. Defendants issued a fourth set of requests for the production of documents to Godlewski, which combined with Godlewski's answers contain the following text. Produce any text messages between Phil Godlewski and BD between 1/1/2008 through present date. Plaintiff does not have any. The findings of fact with respect to request 7 are identical. Look above. Just go look above. We're claiming the same thing above. See question above. Got it. Request 7 of the fourth set, conclusion of law, see above. Question 7 of the fourth set, findings of fact. Defendants take issue with Godlewski's answer to question 7 of the defendant's fourth set, in that Godlewski denies ever having a sexual relationship with Bree. Godlewski testified that he misunderstood the question to its context. Godlewski testified that he understood the question to ask whether he had a sexual relationship with Bree when she was 15. When she was 15. But it says, have you ever had a sexual relationship with Bree. Nope. Oh, I thought you meant when she was 15. Godlewski testified that he had a sexual relationship with Bree in approximately 2015 or 2016. Question 7 set forth conclusions of law. The court restates its previous observations that the function of a discovery sanctions hearing is not to establish findings of fact as to the ultimate issue in the case. Godlewski did not willfully disobey any court order, as none had been issued concerning question set 7. Defendants have suffered no prejudice due to Godlewski's answer. He came clean, so it's not prejudice now. He just lied to you 5 times, but since Bree told you the truth, since Bree gave you the text messages, since he admitted to lying on the stand, you've suffered none. Production of videos for this court orders on November 14, 2022, findings of fact. On November 14, 2022, the court entered an order compelling Godlewski to produce specific videos of Godlewski's broadcasts using social media. Defendants played a video in which Phil Godlewski referenced digital files that I keep in my safe. Godlewski testified that the safe comment was used out of context. Not true. He claims that YouTube has a file saving program called the Safe. YouTube has not in any way, shape, or form had any program called the Safe, Safe, SAFE as an acronym. That doesn't exist. You made that up.
Hold on just a second. Let me answer this.
YouTube has never had a program called Safe. It's never saved stuff called Safe. It's never safe anything. None of that exists. Never has it. Yeah, I read them yesterday. That was the ones that came out. I didn't read them yesterday. I read them the day they came out, whatever day that was. Godlewski testified that a safe comment was used out of context. Godlewski testified that his Facebook account was suspended and deleted on January 20, 2021. Godlewski testified that he transitioned to YouTube and that YouTube had encryption software that YouTube referred to as a digital safe. Absolutely not true. In fact, YouTube tells you when your channel's banned that you have I think it's 30 days to download all of your content or to be lost forever. YouTube does not have encryption software that it refers to as a digital safe. Have any of you guys ever heard of YouTube's digital safe network? YouTube's digital safe software? YouTube's digital safe? Of course not. It doesn't exist. He just come up with that lie as soon as he knew they were going to ask him about it. YouTube does not guarantee to save any of your shit. In fact, it recommends downloading a hard copy of all your shit. YouTube then deleted Godlewski's account. All of Godlewski's live stream videos are available on Rumble to anyone for free. Not true. Not true. You just lied in your own statement of fact. The YouTube videos are not there for free. The Facebook videos are not there for free. You just lied in your own finding of fact, and all you're supposed to say is the facts. You cannot say all of Godlewski's live stream videos are available on Rumble to anyone for free. You could say the remaining live streams, all remaining live streams are available on Rumble to anyone for free. And that's not even true, because last night he did a paid only Q&A. Or not before last. That's not even true as of last night. Productions of videos. This is the conclusion of law. What the lawyer thinks should happen. Godlewski has complied with the court's order of November 14, 2022 concerning provided specific videos by identifying the website where all responsive live stream videos other than those deleted by social media channels beyond Godlewski's control may be downloaded. Not true. Again, not true. In the alternative, defendants are not prejudiced by Godlewski's failure to provide live stream videos as they are available to defendants to download for free. Does Rumble have... Hold on. I'm on Rumble. Rumble.com. Oh, that's not Rumble. I was afraid he was going to bring up porn. Rumble.com. Let's go to Phil's Godlewski's thing. All right, let's click on one of his live streams. And then let's say download. Embed, share. If we share it, will it let me download it? No, it'll let you share it to WhatsApp, Twitter, email, or Truth Social. If Rumble does not have a download button here, Phil is suggesting that they commit piracy by downloading their videos. Okay? Phil's still responsible for giving them, if there's no way to right-click on this and download it somehow, or click a button that says download, they're not legally allowed to download those videos. Why do you think you can't download videos off YouTube? So what he's suggesting cannot be done. You can't do that. You can't, like I have something that would download this video, but it's not even technically allowed to be used legally. No, the Wayback Machine only would the Wayback Machine would only indexes websites with enough volume. Phil doesn't have nowhere near enough volume. Or if you specifically went there and asked the Wayback Machine to index it. In the alternative, defendants are not prejudiced by provides the defendants download for free. The court dismissed this motion for sanctions concerning the court orders. That's a good argument. That's honestly a good argument. I know it sounds trivial. I know it sounds stupid. But if I argue like there is no way to legally download and make copies of these, I would have to download a third-party extension. I might have to pay for it. I might have to do this. Phil's still responsible for providing those. Phil still has to be responsible for providing those, and he hasn't. It would be different if you went to Rumble and there was a big button that says download this video now for free, or download this channel, or download whatever. The apps you use to download those videos are technically piracy apps, right? They belong to the content creator. They belong partially to the platform and where they're at. Like, yeah, I think they got him there on that one. Counsel fees. PA-RCP 4019 contains no provision authorizing the payment of double counsel fees as sanctions. Defendant's request for double fees is denied. The rules of civil procedure provide that any court may award a counsel fees to a party seeking compliance with discovery order if that party prevails. Defendants have not prevailed on their motions for sanctions, and defendants' request for counsel fees is denied. The rules of civil procedure provide that a court shall award counsel fees to the non-moving party if the non-moving party prevails. As defendants' motions for sanctions have been denied in toto, Godlewski is the prevailing party. Godlewski is directed to file within 14 days a statement of costs and fees incurred in defending against the motions for sanctions. The court will hold a hearing on Godlewski's statements of costs and fees at the next available date. That is signed Coleman Law, Timothy Coleman, who really sounds like he doesn't have a grasp on how the law works. I don't know if he's like an ambulance chaser or something. What the hell does this guy do? Was that just the cheapest attorney that Phil could find? Was that it? Something's happening there. Money laundering, I don't know. Yeah, I know he's in unemployment and workman's comp. All right, here we go. That's not the only one he posted. We got more stuff to go over. So he posts this, and like I said, he says, we have only just begun. Then he says, looks like he won by that document. What the fuck? Yeah, that document is his attorney. That document is his attorney's wish list. That document is saying, if we could have everything we wanted, this is what we want. They haven't got it yet. Let's talk about Molegate. I know I just made fun of everybody making references to Watergate on a few shows ago. Molegate. So apparently, during the last 2 days of deposition, a friend of Bree's testified and was deposed. And during this deposition, somehow it came out if she had ever seen Phil Godlewski's penis. And could it be identified? And there was a definite identification made because of a mole that exists on his penile units. Apparently, this mole was described in graphic detail, and no mole was left unturned. I don't know if you guys have heard that, but that seems to be the story. There was also testimony that when Phil would hang out with his underage girlfriend, allegedly, Bree, at her house, that he would bring with him, you know, Phil is built like a Greek god, right?
Phil is really, he is
peak male athletic performance in a rapper, okay? He is man from head to toe, except for his weak jaw structure, his eyes, his nose, his entire body looks like a woman. Now, I'm going to let you know, I've been telling people that Phil looks like a fucking woman for almost 2 goddamn years. His forehead, his eyes, their spacing, his weak jaw structure and bone structure in his face, his body, everything looks like a woman. Except for that mole. Now, we have witness testimony that in the time period around the relationship, when the victim was 15 and Phil was 25, that when he would go hang out at the victim's house, not only what did he know that it was wrong and that he could be busted for this, he would bring with him a female's hairstyle wig in case he needed to make a quick exit and still appear to be a young high school female like his body type screams. He never got past that ugly duckling stage of about 14 to 16 that a lot of girls go through. There is even a nosy neighbor who took a picture of Phil Godlewski, allegedly, wearing the wig and leaping from the roof of the house when he heard someone coming in the front door. You want to know why Phil's mad that deposition statements got leaked, that somebody heard the deposition and made a comment about, I don't think the person who gave the deposition leaked it. I think people that heard it may have made a comment, or maybe they're just really good guessers, Phil. He was wearing a wig when he leaped from their house after hearing a noise downstairs, and a nosy neighbor took a picture of him, and that picture exists. That picture allegedly exists. I can't tell you the amount of money I'm prepared to offer for that picture, but I would dig deep, okay? Yeah, I would dig deep. Like there'd be pocket lint and shit up in there. I'd unstuff our mattress. That would be a number that I'd be willing to go all in for. So if you happen to see this and you have the original picture, we're gonna need a copy of that at least. At least. Mo Lear says, I'll match you all in. That's good because I only got about $34. So somebody's going to have to match it a couple times over, okay? I'm feeling like Phil Godlewski when I was a crypto millionaire. Oh. These are rumors. These are rumors that came out during the deposition. Now, people were like, why is Phil so mad that someone said this came out in deposition? This is why. He was identified by the big fucking ugly mole on his dick. And then there's a picture floating around of him jumping out of a fucking window with a girl's wig on, trying to hide from the parents. That's why he's mad. Phil did a news story on that school teacher from Canada with the big giant floppy tits, and he's thinking, man, if I'd have had those back then, I'd have never been busted. Checking the cracks in my couch. Get that money ready. Get that money ready. I would hate to have to find out where a certain person lived in 2010 and then find out all the neighbors around them in 2010 and then go interview them personally from 2010, 2008, 2009. That'd be weird. I haven't played any of our shit. I can play them now though.
Because I'm a dick.
Oh shit, they're overlapping.
8_Anna just resubscribed for 8 months. Phil knows his way around a sandwich. He likes double the meat like Snaggletooth through a Q hole, lol.
Double the meat through a Q hole. That's right. We also had to buy me a coffee that I just missed. Let me grab it. Thank you very much, Straight Runner, for the donation or for resubscribing. Semi-Sapien RX bought you 5 6-packs for the photo. He said for the photo fund, and he spelled it PHOR for the, and then photo, then fund PHUND for the photo fund. That's my new slogan. Thank you very much for that. 1,000 bits from Shannon and on 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 and on. Thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate it. That photo exists, okay? No wonder Phil Godlewski said he hates his penis. How is Amanda friends with him after the way he treats BD? So apparently they all tried to stay friends after this happened and whatever. You know, Phil's pretty sly. Like, he was still friends with BD after this until he wouldn't stop calling her a liar and a conniving bitch and all that shit. I think that now she's on his side because she's in his pyramid making a ton of money. I don't know if you've ever heard, there's an audio clip of her talking about how Phil takes care of her and how he puts people below her and they make all the money and it's a good time to join 7K and all that shit, allegedly. That's her source of income. She's making more money than she's ever made in her life running a pyramid scheme with Phil.
Allegedly.
Either way, very interesting that picture exists and that the mole exists. Is there a photo of the mole? Yeah, all his dick pics have a mole on it. All of his dick pics have a mole on it. It's been identified.
It's been identified. It's like a specimen. You want to hear the weirdest shit? It was shaped like Jesus. You know how people see like Jesus in a Cheeto or in a Pringle? The mold has a likeness to Jesus. Queezus even. Queezus. So someone, T-Lig says, looks like he won by that document. What the fuck? Phil says, keep listening to your troll friends, T-Ligs. They are leading you down a path of huge disappointment. But. So there you go. That's right. Holy moly. Let's open the next document he leaked. This one's kind of hilarious. Here we go. Now, this is from Phil's lawyer, Coleman Law. And it says, sent via an email to Tim Hinton and Haggerty Hinton and whatever, the law firm, right? Haggerty Hinton Cosgrove.
HHC at Haggerty Hall. That's it. Says sent via email and to those two people. It's from February 16th. This is the day after my birthday.
My dad's birthday, actually. And it says, Godlewski versus Kelly, Lackawanna County Court, common to pleas. Dear Attorney Hinton. Now, this is Phil's lawyer talking. Dear Attorney Hinton, it is my duty to write to inform you that Mr. Godlewski will have no choice but to seek your eventual disqualification from the representation of the defendants in this matter. What's that, you say? Phil is going to seek that the defendant's lawyer, Tim Hinton, can no longer represent the defendants. That's right. You have put your own conduct at the very center of this case. Allow me to elaborate. Many of the questions you asked in your defendant's question set 6 center around your own interactions with a witness. Specifically, I referenced the following. Now, Hinton is only asking these questions because Phil put them out there. Hinton is only asking these questions because Phil put this out there. Imagine me being in a live case for murder and then coming on here live and saying, the only reason I'm charged with murder is because the DA don't like me. He's a piece of shit. He's trying to pin this on me. He did it. I didn't do it. He did it. He probably set me up with a Mexican cartel. And then the next day I show up to court to testify and they say, did you state that you believe that the DA set you up and that he probably did it with a Mexican cartel and he only brought these charges because they wouldn't just be like, all right, the DA's off the case. This guy mentioned the DA. DA's off the case. Get us a new guy in here. He's a witness now. What? So allow me to elaborate. Specifically, I read the following. Explain how Attorney Hinton made a, quote, career-ending move as referenced by your November 26, 2022 live show. Even if this goes through, you know what's going to happen? Even if this goes through, they're going to send down another legal representative from HHC, Haggerty, Hinton, and Cosgrove, to represent the case. And now Hinton is a witness himself. You want to talk about someone owning the fucking witness seat and testimony? Put Tim Hinton, that knows every in and out of this case, knows every fucking lie you told. Most of the problem with an attorney trying to question a witness is you can't lead them, you can't be suggestive, you can't tell them what to say, but you still want to extract the right pieces. Let Phil put Tim Hinton on the stand, and Tim Hinton will destroy you, Phil. Please. Please, please, please. Do it. Do it. I dare you. Why am I checking the chat? There's nothing in mod chat. But if you're talking about the other one, I'm just laughing at your clip you got. I don't know. Thanks for stopping me, Mariah. I appreciate that. Anyways, Hinton will destroy Phil. Hinton doesn't have to lead anybody through anything. Hinton doesn't have to make sure that the evidence conveys correctly to the jury. Hinton doesn't have to make charts and files and examples. All he has to do is have one of his team members interview him, and he's allowed to go anywhere he wants as long as it's relevant to the question that was asked. As long as it's relevant to the question that he asked. Phil is trying to remove the defense attorney from the people that he sued. First of all, you didn't put shit in mod chat, so don't tell me anything. You put it in the other group that has moderators in it, and then it's somebody that says, "Hey Phil, is that mole on your tiny pecker on the top or bottom? Inquiring minds want to know." Praise God, we stopped the show for that. Thank you. Thank you. Anyways. Explain how Hinton made a career-ending move as referenced by you on your November 26, 2020 live show. What evidence do you have that Attorney Hinton made a career-ending move as you claimed on November 26, 2022? It is funny. I just thought it was an emergency, and you put it in the wrong chat. A career-ending move as you claimed on November 26, 2022 during your live show. Set forth all evidence you have that Attorney Hinton acted illegally or broke some laws as you claimed in your live shows. So all this has to do with November 26. He says he made a career-ending move. He claims he has all the evidence. He says he acted legally or broke the law in his live show. Set forth all evidence you have that BD, a.k.a. minor victim, perjured herself by claiming she had a sexual relationship with you when she was 15 years old. What did defendants or their attorney do to BD that is sickening? This was the video we watched. He claimed, well, actually, let's grab it. It's right at the very first of it. It's sickening what they did to her. It's sickening. The announcement that wasn't, that's February, what is it, November? Is that what we're looking for? November 26th, I think, is what they said. Is that it, the challenge? Oh, God damn it, I hate that.
Live is working. I'm going to miss that place. I'm going to miss that house.
Let me make sure that's right. November 26th.
But onwards and upwards we go. So.
We'll skip through it.
Report is working just fine. Live is working, looking night. And there's a quote that only over the last year or two I've come to realize its power. And how much just this one, as well as the. So if you don't want to hear any of that, now's the time to, next 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes.
Here we go.
There's a quote that has changed a neighbor, coworker, whatever you want to call it. It has drastically changed my life because I live each and every day by it. And the quote goes, learning to be calm when you're disrespected is power. Learning to be calm when you're disrespected is power. My whole life, I always would try to get the one up on someone, you know, like they screw you over and you just have to, I just had to make that right in my mind, settle the score or whatever. And then I realized that when that happens, I need to pause.
Okay.
Look at the entire situation from far, kind of zoom out. And that's changed my life. Let me just get into it.
Okay, here we go.
In my 2009-2010 case, I was accused of, I believe, 8 felonies and 13 misdemeanors, something along those lines, ranging from indeviant sexual assault, statutory rape.
All the mouth noises.
To me when it happened. You can watch my past lives to hear what I wasn't innocent for. After a long ado, what I was.
He keeps claiming he wasn't innocent for corrupting the morals. He didn't corrupt any morals. He corrupted a minor.
Wasn't innocent in regards to, I actually pled guilty to.
He claims it was because he texted her occasionally. He shouldn't have done that. That's not in the statute. Texting a minor occasionally is not in the statute.
We're going to go over a little bit of that tonight, too.
And the dumb fuck in the state of Pennsylvania, literally all he had to do was wait another year. Literally wait another year. That's all he had to do. It's legal at 16.
So after all of these charges, the felonies, the misdemeanors, that all added up to something like 25 to 35 years in prison if convicted. There were search warrants and subpoenas. They searched my cell phone. So the first part before you go to a trial is a preliminary hearing. And that hearing is to determine whether or not there's enough evidence against a defendant to go to trial. Prosecution showed up with no evidence other than the victim's testimony, and she recused herself by means of the Fifth Amendment. That is fact. Now, for those of you doubters that are out there, I'm in the process of obtaining the preliminary hearing transcript, which I have not seen since I walked in that court that day. Why? Because I know what it says. I don't need to see it, but it's coming. By pleading the Fifth Amendment, the victim in the case basically said, if I testify to the truth, I will incriminate myself. Therefore, I plead the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States to protect myself from incriminating myself. It happened. Right after that, all my charges were dropped except one particular charge. And that charge was called corruption of minors, which we're also going to go over tonight in detail.
That's right. Minors.
Probation after that. And the case has haunted me. By the way, guys,
this is fake. Can I really have emotions? No.
Talking about this, but I will, because it's explanation, or you buy what I'm selling, or all of you, and you have in any way, shape, or form, then to me, I'm willing to forgive. Nobody is perfect. I don't think, I'm not but I am. It's just another flaw in my personality. At the time,
look at all the lies he's been busted in already. I can't believe people still follow him. Even if it doesn't have anything to do with this case. The multiple degrees, the Harvard degrees, who he was, where he's at, working at Subway, all that shit. I also guarantee there's a picture of him working at Subway. I'm almost positive. That's what we need, is a Subway picture.
She made a mistake. And she convinced me.
She made a mistake.
She made a mistake. And
Menza, you're right.
In fact, she didn't file the charges. Her parents had a lot to do with it. By now, you guys have probably read the letter.
Got to do with it. Got to do with it.
Which started the whole snowball going downhill of the charges coming against me and all that. Her friends were a big part of the driving force behind the filing of the charges. And in follow-up conversations in the years that followed, we stayed friends.
Stayed friends, of course.
Too many particular details, not in this live stream anyway. She went through a tough time in her early 20s, got into some legal trouble. I felt bad. I felt like maybe I had something to do with that. Had I not gotten involved in her life, would her life have been better? And I think the answer might have been yes. And I've been living with that pain for a long time.
So his claim is that all he ever did was text her, try to befriend her, try to be nice to her. Then she decided that she was going to tell everybody they were sleeping together. And he said no, but then continued it. Then his wife found out. Then he ended it. Then she came out and told everybody they were sleeping together. And she forgives him because they're basically best friends. And everybody knows they're best friends. And he ruined her life or something. Yeah, I accidentally turned my camera on while I'm over here fucking bent over like a broke down fucking cripple.
Never did anything inappropriate with the state career in the years that followed. Phil. Because I couldn't go any higher. Everybody. I viewed it as a challenge. February 14, 2021, the local newspaper reached out to me. Trump wasn't. It was his after IQ.
We want the BD part.
The evidence they had
We've already watched this.
Was the victim's testimony. Not because Everybody seems to think like, oh, well, you got a plea deal. That's why your charges were dropped. What are you talking about? Like, you don't just get a plea deal. It's not like a checkbox that you could,
You negotiate for a plea deal. Of course, it hurt their case when their prime witness decided not to testify. But they still had a case, and immediately you wanted to talk for a plea deal.
Guilty, not.
If they didn't have a case at all, they would have dropped the case, and you wouldn't have taken any deal.
Guilty plea deal. No.
You said the judge was so mad. Are you telling me that all you have to show today is the testimony of the victim and she pled the fifth? You said the judge was so mad at them. Why didn't he throw it out? I won't have this in my court.
The other side has to agree to the plea deal, which we're going to talk about tonight as well.
I wonder if it just hit home with Carrie that she's seen that mole so many times.
We had talked about, well, not so much through text message, but we talked about it in person. I did talk to her through text message for over 10 years. We remained friends. The article was written in February. 3 days after the article was written, my wife left me. I'm back.
She'd have been thinking about leaving you for a long time if it makes you feel any better.
I had no family to support me. My dad at the time was living in New Jersey. Phone conversations with him. My mom took my ex's side, and my grandparents were ill.
Imagine your own mother taking your ex's side. Does that not tell you anything about who you are and how you live? To this day, she claims, I don't know what happened. I tried to raise him right, and he's just like this.
Explicit text messages to this girl early in 2021. That's true.
Is that a giant, disgusting mole in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
I did. Every night, like fall on your face, wake up on the kitchen floor, drunk. I was drinking every night, like fall on your face, wake up on the kitchen floor, drunk, because you went. In addition to about 10 or 15 other girls, I was in a really bad headspace, guys. I don't know what you want me to say. At the time, you're gonna read that I sent explicit text messages to this girl early in 2021. That's true. I did. In addition to about 10 or 15 other girls. I was in a really bad headspace, guys. I don't know what you want me to say.
Nobody wants to see your mole dick, Phil. Come on. Nobody wants to see your mole dick. Get out of here, that shit.
Other girls. I would text messages to this girl.
What do you send it to him and say, hey, does this look like does this look like melanoma to you? Should I have this checked out? Oh, don't mind my whopping penis right beside it. I'm looking for medical advice, okay? I don't care if you're a freshman in high school. This is a medical question. You've never taken biology before? Jesus Christ.
Early in 2021. That's true. I did. In addition to about 10 or 15 other girls. I was in a really bad headspace, guys. I don't know what you want me to say. I was drinking every night.
I'm going to tell everybody you showed me a fucking picture of your penis and a mole that I'm worried about. Okay, and a mole you're worried about. HIPAA violation! HIPAA! You can't tell anybody now.
Like fall on your face, wake up. Because you went up to go piss and you didn't make it. So you just pissed yourself in the middle of the floor while laying there drunk. That's what I was doing in March and April of 2020.
So 10 or 15 other girls plus a victim of mine from 2010, I would just send them tons of dick pics and then piss all over myself in the floor. What?
I really took my wife and my kids leaving as the end of the road. I was flirting with every girl that ever knew me. Some of you watching may have been part of that. It was a rough. I'm not proud of it. What can I say? I'm not proud of it. The only time I ever got flirtatious with this girl, this victim from the case, was in that month after my wife. My wife left. My ex-wife left on February 14th.
Mariah almost got busted one time, whispering sweet nothings to the old happy stick. And she had to make up the excuse that I had a bump on my leg and she was checking it out. Oh.
She filed for divorce on March 7th. And my life was just turned upside down. And I guess I just...
She said, oh, he's got a bump on his leg. I'm just looking at it. And I said, way up close. Oh, no.
Just made a lot of mistakes. Nothing ever happened.
Because I'm a dick.
The girl and I from that.
Oh, Sima Sabian bought you 3 6-pack. Should have sent a pic to Charlie Ward. I hear they love spotted dick over there. That's right. A little bit of spotted dick. There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you for the donation and support. It's a British thing.
Those flirtatious text messages or anything like that. I mean, physical. We never actually got together.
What?
The girl and I, resulting from that, those flirts, just made a lot of mistakes. Nothing ever happened between the girl and I, resulting from that, those flirtatious text messages or anything like that. I mean,
nothing.
We never actually got together.
Nothing physical. Nothing physical ever happened.
We saw each other in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I traveled to Tulsa for the Clay Clark event with Amanda, and she came with Amanda as a guest. Nothing happened there either. Nothing, in fact, has happened with us. We were just friends. And her family, after years of regret, she went in and she redid this.
Mariah got busted by one of the kids or something. Like there was like a crack in the door or whatever. They could just see her. Like, what are you doing? Oh, your dad's got a mole in his leg. I'm just checking it out. Or not a mole. That's Phil. A bump. He's got a bump on his leg. Ingrown hair. I'm just checking it out. Way up close.
Same thing.
That's what I just said. One of the kids.
Not so much for my case, which we'll talk about in a moment, but I'm devastated for our friendship and for the trust we had for each other, and I can't talk about it. What she did.
You can't talk about it.
That you don't know.
Okay.
And I can't talk about it.
Okay. We don't know.
The reason why she did what she did.
Okay.
And
There's a reason.
To do with telling the truth.
Okay.
And that is going to come out in trial. Not in discovery, not in depositions, at trial.
So keep sending me money till I go to trial and lose.
In front of a jury. And I could prove it, Tim, if you're listening. I know you are.
Why would you say, Tim, if you're listening, I know you are, call him out, and then not expect him to ask you these questions?
You snake. Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Hinton from the Scranton Times is now looking me in the eye. And I think he now realizes I know what you did.
So this was all. This right here is all a gigantic fucking bluff that he thought wouldn't be called. Now he's looking me in the eyes. Look at these eyes. You see my eyes? I'm calling you out, Tim Hinton.
I know what all of you did.
All of you.
Promise.
Now it's a conspiracy.
What you did was a career-ending move. And I can prove it, and I will prove it.
He can prove it. He will prove it. Now, he says it's not going to come out in discovery. It's not going to come out here. It's not going to come out there. If that's the case, then he's about to be in trouble. You cannot have surprise evidence. You cannot have surprise fucking context. Like it's laid out beforehand. That's the point of discovery. Any type of evidence that you have, unless for some reason it comes to you during the case and you literally have to stop the case, remove the jury, talk to the judge about it, and see if it be admissible, every piece of evidence you have has to be able to be thoroughly reviewed from both sides. Imagine like I'm being tried for murder, and on the last day of the court, you pop out a confession letter. And my lawyers have not had a chance to read this confession letter or see if it's true or validate it or anything. You just fucking throw it out there. You didn't tell anybody. You didn't bring it up. Just a fucking letter of my confession, and it's signed allegedly by me. You can't do that. So you can't say I have the evidence. I can prove it all. I can do this. I can do the other without presenting this evidence for discovery. Both sides has equal time with the evidence to prepare for it. You can actually get in trouble for not submitting it quickly enough.
And everyone could celebrate your little victories right now because you got your affidavit from the girl who lied the first time.
This time perjured herself. That's a second claim.
But I know why she did it.
I know why. That's the claim in there.
Expose it all.
I'm going to expose it all.
Guy that you wanted in this position is me.
I think the last guy that you want on that witness stand is Timothy Hinton.
I am the king of exposing the truth.
You couldn't be the king of a penis contest in a room full of nothing but 15-year-old freshman girls. One of them's going to say, the fuck is that, like black bubble gum stuck to your leg? What is that? It's my mole. It's like bubble gum that's been on asphalt. Why is there a string of it from your penis to your leg? It's my mole.
So, everybody, celebrate your little victories against Phil now and read your documents and throw a pity party and all this stuff. Everybody celebrate it now, but I got news for you.
I'm not throwing a pity party. I'm throwing a we fucking won party.
It's far from over. Y'all made a big mistake.
Phil doesn't even name me as somebody he's suing anymore. He's only got a year.
And that's not a threat. I'm telling you that you actually made a mistake. And I know of the mistake. And I'm going to call witness after witness after witness after witness. And that affidavit is going to be ripped up and thrown away. You guys, the attorneys representing the Times, you'll then have to decide if you want to file charges against her.
Now, he's saying all of his expert witnesses. Do you guys realize in an interview he did with me, he told me that she was coming to testify on his behalf. Now we know the back context of the text messages and the financial windfall, a unique opportunity to make a lot of money, and we know about all that then. But back then we didn't. He was telling me that she was going to come testify for him.
Go ahead.
It's all Molegate.
Your life even more than you already have. What you did to that girl is sickening.
There it is. There's the last piece we were waiting on. What you did to that girl is sickening. What you did to that girl. This is all clickbait for his audience. What could a lawyer possibly... Let's even say, okay, let's hypothetically say a lawyer pays you to lie. Is that sickening? Let's say a lawyer threatens you to lie. Is that sickening? Let's say a lawyer says that, well, you could get in a lot of trouble if you don't do this. Is that sickening? What are you saying? He made some type of advances on her like you did, allegedly, in 2010, 2009? What is sickening? You only use that word because you're trying to play her as the victim and you think your audience will respond with it well. What do you mean, sickening?
It's disgusting. It is.
You ever seen John and Kate plus 8? Imagine Phil and Carrie plus Molegate.
I've never seen any human being stoop to this level. Over what? Money? You afraid that I was going to win 5 million?
Look what you've done for money, Phildo.
10 million, 50 million? I didn't even want the money. I wanted you to retract your story, admit that you lied.
Well, that's kind of silly because you claimed you didn't even want the money, but you also claimed that you sent them an offer of money and retraction to settle this out of court. So which is it? You didn't want the money, or you said, hey, give me this money and we can settle? Which one of those claims is false?
So I could put this behind me. The money was just something that was going to come extra. You think I need the money?
Not now, but now he's claiming in a video we're going to watch, they knew I was fixing to lose my job. They knew I was in hard times. I was really broke at this time. So I sent them a low amount to settle out of court. No, you don't need the money now, but you absolutely did then. You would have done anything for the money. You would have done anything for the money. You do anything now for money. You went to jail with less than $300 in your bank account.
you couldn't pay a steep light bill. All right, back to it. So, set forth all your evidence that Attorney Hinton acted illegally or broke some laws, as you claimed in your live show. Set forth all evidence that BD, a.k.a. minor victim, perjured herself by claiming she had a sexual relationship with you when she was 15 years old. What did defendants or their attorney do to BT that was sickening? That's what we just saw. Kristen bought you a six-pack. Love your show and your investigation skills to reveal the truth. Thank you very much, Kristen. I appreciate it. What is your knowledge of and outstanding as to the reasons BD gave an affidavit to defendant's attorney on October 31st? Identify all witnesses who possess information or knowledge that BD gave a false affidavit on October 31st. Then he goes on to say, it was startling and curious to receive such a unique set of questions, as you are in the best position to answer every one of these questions posed. Is he, though? Phil claimed he made a career, Hinton has never said any of this. Phil claimed he made a career-ending move. Phil claimed they had evidence he made a career-ending move. Phil claimed that he acted illegally or broke the law. Phil claimed that BD perjured herself. We know about the affidavit. We know about her submitting the affidavit. Phil claimed that she perjured herself. She acted illegally, that what they did was sickening. Hinton has never said any of this. So how could he be in the best position? How could he possibly be in the best position? You claim that's like me saying Joe Biden kills 1,000 kids a day to power his car. And when they fly Air Force One, they literally just chuck babies out the window into the jet engines to power it. That's why Jason Q told us that jet engines that commercial flights don't run on fuel. They run on baby fetuses. And then when someone's saying, why did you claim this? I'm going to say, Joe Biden's in the best position to answer that, buddy. I'm just telling you the truth here. It is now my absolute duty to inquire into these matters as they go to the very heart of the credibility of BD's affidavit and her eventual testimony on the stand. In furtherance of that duty, you will find the following documents enclosed. Plaintiff's second set of questions and requests for production of documents. Notice of intent to serve subpoena. Notice of intent to serve subpoena. As you will see, these requests are designed to plumb the depths of the matters you have raised in discovery. We intend to notice the deposition of everyone who knows these matters, including you. Given that your testimony about how BD's statement was procured will be instrumental in proving or disproving her credibility and or by extension the truth of your client's defamatory statements about Mr. Godlewski, I cannot see any circumstances in which you will not be a witness at the time of trial. I am constrained to remind you that Pennsylvania Rule of Conduct prohibits a lawyer from acting as an advocate at a trial in which the lawyer is likely to be a necessary witness. This applies to the circumstances in this case. The extent of this case law on this rule from the Eastern and Middle Districts of Pennsylvania suggests A, does not prohibit an attorney from representing a client during a pretrial litigation. However, this matter is not so clearly settled in our state courts. However, it says does not prohibit an attorney from representing a client during pretrial litigation. That was in Eastern and Middle Districts, but apparently they're in a different district. However, we are mindful that delaying an motion might provide a spurious excuse to claim an undue hardship on the client. Accordingly, after our discovery of this matter, we will file an appropriate motion to have the court resolve the question of your continued participation in the litigation. In the meantime, you may wish to consider an appropriate course of action in consultation with your client. Thank you for your kind attention. So this was dated on February 16th and it has still not been published. I don't think it will. Okay. But here's what he asked. Is it included? Yes.
Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe I had to go get it. They said they attached the questions to it, allegedly attached the questions to it. Hold on, let me go back. Phil. So that was the video. Then he says he shares a GIF that says na 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 hey 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 goodbye,
and it shows deuces and then a smiley face with sunglasses that he gave to a homeless man. So there you go. So Phil's lawyer is saying the video Phil posted incriminating himself is a legal argument for him. Yep. That's the way they work. Then we get this, he posts one and says, oh, and while we're at it, let's check out all these comms with BD. So now he's claiming that some of his comms, which he drops to his following, some of his comms that he drops to his following are included in the subpoenas. I will remind you, they are absolutely not. So there's that at least. Coleman Law PC. This is from his attorney. Again, on February 16th, still hasn't been filed with the court. So there you go. I thought about, I don't want to say that here. I'll tell my mods in a little bit. I might be putting something together. I'll tell the mods, see if they think it's a good idea. In close, please find notice of intent to serve subpoenas to J. Timothy Hinton Jr., Esquire, and Haggerty Hinton Cosgrove, LLP, along with a copy of the subpoenas intended to be served. Plaintiff Phil Godlewski intends to serve a subpoena identical to the one that is attached to this notice. You have 20 days to the date listed below in which to file a record and serve upon the undersigned an objection to the subpoena. If no objection is made, the subpoena may be served. Here we go. We saw some subpoenas like this. Within 20 days, you may deliver legible copies, whatever. This is to the one was to Hinton and one was to the law firm itself. Subpoena to produce documents, any and all communications. Here we go. Any and all email communications between BD and any of and all members or partners, associates, employees, and all or agents of Haggerty, Hinton, and Cosgrove, LLP. These may be initially provided in searchable PDF format. You are advised to maintain the email in native format, subject to further discovery. Any and all text messages between BD and any and all members or partners or associates, employees of Haggerty, Hinton, and Cosgrove. Any and all drafts of the affidavit of BD. Of course, this was always going to come up. So if you don't know, if you're a lawyer, like if you're doing like legal shit and somebody writes an affidavit, you need to be saving every draft. Every time they read it and say, can we change this? Every time they say, does this make sense? Oh, no, this isn't what I meant. Oh, I feel like this is worded right. Or if someone else suggests, like they have a parent with them or their husband with them or somebody helping them remember the story, if that's allowed, you have to have every fucking, this was always going to be a thing. Every draft. Any and all communications between any and all members, partners, associates, employees, and or agents of Haggerty, Hinton, and Cosgrove, and any other person whatsoever with the exception of the defendants in this matter, referring to and relating to BD. Any and all text messages between any and all members, partners, associates, employees, and or agents of HHC, and any other persons whatsoever with the exception of the defendants in this matter, referring or relating to BD. Any and all notes, memoranda, and other documents of any description whatsoever, whether maintained electronically or otherwise, referred or relating to conversations, interviews, or other communications whatsoever between BD. Now, this is the one he says has comms in it. Between BD and any and all members, partners, associates, agents of HHC, any and all notes, memoranda, and other documents of any description whatsoever, whether maintained electronically or otherwise, referring or relating to conversations, interviews, or communications whatsoever between any and all members, partners, associates, employees, and or agents of HHC, and any other person whatsoever with the exception of the defendants, referring or relating to BD. Logs, bills, or other records whatsoever showing the date, time, and duration of each and every telephone conversation between BD and any and all members, partners, associates, employees, or agents of HHC. Provided them in searchable PDF format. I, Timothy M. Coleman, Esquire, hereby certify that on the 16th day of February 2023, I caused a true and correct copy. You remember when we were watching when we watch Alex Murdaugh case, and you get objection leading, objection, Your Honor, he's leading, objection leading, objection suggesting, objection whatever. Those objections are made because you can't make a witness say what you want them to say. So when a witness comes up, especially on cross-examination, if you haven't like talked to them or spoke to them, or if it's just a witness that, you know, just trying their best to tell the truth,
You can't, especially if they come out with something when you interviewed them and now you really want, you can't say, and when you did this and did that and thought this and did that, what did you think then? Dude, if Tim Hinton gets on there, he can spill so much shit that a lawyer would have such a hard time digging out of a witness, because it's scary. There's people watching you. There's lights. There's stuff going on. Someone's typing everything you're doing. You have to fucking face feel there. Like it sucks being a witness. I've done it before. It sucks being a witness. It sucks testifying. You forget stuff. As soon as you're done, you think, man, I should have said this. I should have done that. I forgot about this. But if he puts Tim Hinton on the stand, he's going to get fucking destroyed. That's the comms. Did anybody see all the comms? There's so many comms. You guys see 17 in there? How many times was 17 in there?
All right, next.
Then he says, by the way, mind answering these questions about the extortion while you're at it? Yes, they extorted Bree for her affidavit, and we can prove it. Smiley face with sunglasses. Anyone ever sued a law firm before? I heard that's big gains. Emoji with a zipper for a mouth. Here we go. Oh, shit. I opened it with the wrong thing. Let me open it with Chrome. I just accidentally opened it with GIMP. I hope it doesn't even open. Yeah, just close that. Is this the right one? Open with... why is it all the way at the bottom? Is this it again? Is this the same one? Did he post the same one twice? Yeah, he did. I believe, unless something's changed here, he posted the same one twice. Searchable PDF format. That's the one we just read. Any and all text messages, any and all affidavits, drafts, any and all notes, memoranda, documents whatsoever, logs, bills. Yeah, it's the same thing. Then he says, Susie Q says, he posts something from his chat that says, Susie Q says from Susie Q, forwarded it. Oliver's mom has been send everything to the lawyer. Oliver's mom has been send everything to the lawyer. I think what they meant is Oliver's mom has been sending everything to the lawyer. Phil responds, that's okay, Susie. Hinton already has all of this stuff. And by the way, Oliver's mom, you're next. And then it says, dash, Tim Coleman. Tim Coleman, he quoted his lawyer as speaking directly to Oliver's mom, and it says, you're next. Do you think that Phil's lawyer appreciates Phil making up fake quotes for him and saying, you're next, Oliver's mom? That's weird. It's very strange. He then shares something from somebody named Pilled, and it says, at Phil Godlewski, doxing is a crime. And he responds to that by saying, so is perjury, Sherry. You stupid bitch. No, he doesn't say that. He says, so is perjury, Sherry. Maybe you should tell Ciara that. Sierra, I said Ciara, but Sierra is a friend of BD who was deposed according to Phil, who was deposed. Didn't say Coleman before he edited it. That sounds about right. He probably blamed it on Coleman because he didn't want it to look like a threat from him. Sierra was a friend of BD who was deposed, who may or may not have seen the mole, who may or may not have seen the wig, who may or may not seen Phil's actions at the time. So now, as someone says, doxing is a crime, and he says, so is perjury, Sherry. Maybe you should tell Ciara that. And then we get this gem. Now, this is absolutely a gem. I want you to be able to see it on the full screen, so I went ahead and downloaded it before you could delete it. And here it is. You ready?
New dancing video. New dancing and video. I hope Phil goes into law practice. I'm so excited. If Phil became a lawyer, we could review every case. Every case. It'd be so good.
Yo. So,
and I'm gonna love you forever. Oh, oh, oh. What are you playing there, Phil? What are you playing there in the background? Are you really gonna love me forever? Ooh, ooh, ooh. What was that? I thought those were the glasses he gave to a homeless man.
my little
pony
episode there of
episode. I got you.
Lawsuit documents on my channel is the result of lies being told surrounding this particular lawsuit. My followers in early 21 helped me file this lawsuit in the first place. And by the way, I've known this for a while, but I haven't said anything.
He hasn't known this for a while. He thinks, that was Paula Abdul straight up. He thinks this helps his case. He thinks this helps his case. Straight up, now tell me, do you really want to love me forever? Oh, oh, oh. That's it. Paula Abdul. Good job, chap. He hasn't known this forever. He thinks this helps his case because it was brought up a couple times. Did you pay for this lawsuit? Who funded this lawsuit? Because if they can prove that he did it under false terms, you can't crowdfund under false terms, Phil. It's very hard to prove, though, unless you literally, under oath, say the opposite of what you said on your GoFundMe, but whatever.
All of those donations that I got through Give, Send, Go for whoever donated to this lawsuit.
Yeah, those are the Oakleys he gave to a homeless kid wearing a paper bag and no shoes or something.
I'm going to be refunding all of them.
He's going to be refunding every Give, Send, Go donation.
I've been wanting to do it for a while now. Now that I am of means to handle this 100% myself and fund it 100% myself, I have no reason to hang on to that money. So however much you donated through Give, Send, Go, I still have all of those records. And I will contact Give, Send, Go to give all of that money back just because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm obviously under no obligation to give it back, but I'm going to anyway. So if you did give back in 21, you're going to get that back. Secondly, I'm just sick of people lying about what's happening with this lawsuit.
Okay. People are lying about what's happening with the lawsuit? Who? All we're reading is documents that literally are published for the lawsuit. I even read the one that your people think you're winning. You're not, but I read it.
So many violations in this lawsuit by so many people, and I'm talking stuff like conspiring, extortion. This lawsuit against the Scranton Times and journalist Chris Kelly has prompted several other lawsuits that have yet to be filed but are coming against numerous individuals. Number one, Tim Hinton's law firm.
Oh my goodness.
It's possible Tim Hinton gets disbarred. It's possible. You know, he sits on the board of the bar, so that's going to be.
Phil is facing off with his employment claims lawyer for fucking disability and wrongful termination and workman's comp against a guy that literally sits on the board of the bar for the state of Pennsylvania. Interesting.
But the conduct the egregious conduct.
Egregious, really.
In this case, has made so many people operate outside of legality, outside of logic. They are doing anything to beat me. And in doing so, they've destroyed. Now, I was going to say they beat themselves. They've destroyed themselves. Bree committed perjury. Sierra, yesterday, committed perjury. Sierra leaked private testimony. Yesterday.
Oh, man. Sierra leaked private testimony?
Private testimony.
That's a federal offense. She leaked private testimony. The problem is proving that she leaked anything, first of all. Second of all, was it private testimony or was it a deposition? Which one was it? Was it federal private testimony? You gonna come get her? I would. I'm tired of this shit, to be honest with you. I'd be mad as hell, Phil.
From the depositions. There were 2 people deposed yesterday. She was one of them.
Oh, man. Leaked private testimony, private federal testimony. That's scary.
No one knew her testimony except me, Tim Coleman, the stenographer, court reporter, and Tim Hinton.
Oh, no.
But yet, in reading the Troll Channel today...
Prove it.
Almost all of Sierra's testimony is on the Troll Channel. How's that happen? I know how. By the way, for those of you that don't know, Sierra is the childhood best friend of Bree. But just let me stop right here. For those of you that don't give a shit about this, just stop listening. But for those that you and are following the trial along, and
I don't really give a shit about this, but if this is what we're doing, it's what we're doing.
Sierra is the childhood friend of Bree. Sierra is the one that, according to my investigators at the time, came up with the plot to have me arrested.
According to my investigators at the time, this person is the one who came up with the plot to have me arrested. To have me arrested. Sierra came up with a plot to have me arrested at the time. It was her. She did it.
Her and another girl. And
another girl.
They did a lot of terrible things back then. And Sierra...
Why didn't you go after them?
Numerous times, actually, which we haven't yet gotten to, but we will prove. She mentioned names that do not corroborate her story, that she's in a lot of trouble. So nonetheless, Sherry, this girl named Sherry Connolly, was a former client of mine, and I sold her a house, and we were on good terms for a long time, and somewhere along the line, Sierra stepped in between Sherry's following of me and the case, and Sherry no longer follows me, and it seems as though Sierra has taken over the Telegram account of Sherry. So just earlier today,
Sierra took over the Telegram account of Sherry? Oh, no.
I posted a forward from Sherry Connolly from the Troll Channel to my channel that says doxing is a crime. By the way, doxing is not a crime unless certain parameters are met. I don't want to go there. Nonetheless.
Well, sorta. That is technically true. That is technically true. Doxing has to be, like, you have to be called. Just putting somebody's public information out there is not technically illegal. Most places. Are you shitting me? Hold on just a second. Let me send this to myself. Hold on. Let me send this to myself. Okay. Send. To I was messing around. With a face change app because I thought it'd be funny to put a wig on Phil. I thought it'd be funny to put a wig on Phil. I thought it was hilarious. Okay, maybe it wasn't. But to see what he looked like when he was jumping out the window. But the problem is, even the face change app recognized that he was balding and thought, well, this isn't going to work. How are we going to put hair on a balding man? And this is what came out. How we... This is what the face change app gave me. When I was like, oh, yeah, make him a bitch. Let's see what he looked like with a wig. This is what it gave me. This right here. This is what it gave me. And honestly, I rated it 5 stars. I've never been happier with an app. Never have I ever been happier with an app in any way, shape, or form. This is probably the best app I've ever seen in my life. So there you go. Looking pretty good, Phil. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh.
I forwarded the Sherry Connolly post from the troll channel, which said Sherry Connolly, but I'm not a member of the troll channel, so I'm not actually a username in there, if that makes sense. But I could see like the posts and stuff.
Oh no,
so
he could see it.
Got an indication earlier this morning from one of my followers that they were leaking deposition testimony.
No.
And I went in to check it out, and I saw Sierra's testimony being leaked. Very specific words that it was being leaked. Sierra leaked that testimony herself. Why? To rile up the troll channel. What Sierra didn't hear was the other deposed parties.
Well, there were only 2. You just admitted that 2 people were deposed. How can there be other parties? Plural.
And that's the one that is going to sink the ship. Not my ship, by the way. My ship's floating. I'm going to float on flat Earth.
Not a flat Earth.
Not funny. So, I'm sick of people making this what it is not. Sanctions were filed against me 3 times. Now let me explain what sanctions are. Sanctions are when
you fuck up, you have to pay money.
Scranton Times and Tim Hinton ask for the court to make me pay money because of my actions in this case. They were saying that I didn't respond to discovery requests.
You didn't.
They said that I was refusing certain things. I didn't hit certain dates. So they asked me to pay the Scranton Times as well as the law firm of Hinton, Haggerty, and Cosgrove monetary damages to the tune of, I think the first time they asked for like a small amount, $2,500. That one I paid, and here's why. When I originally filed this lawsuit, I asked for loss of income. So I had Tim Hinton and the Scranton Times trying to investigate my income. Well, that was a waste of time because I had to drop my income claim.
That's not what the first motion was for. You didn't have them investigating your income. It's not because they were investigating your income. It's literally because you refused to turn anything in. It's literally because you refused to turn anything in. It was awarded to them because you weren't turning your shit in. I think they gave you, they were only supposed to give you a week, but they decided to give you 30 days, or maybe they're supposed to give you 30 days. They gave you 90. I can't remember. The judge even said something about that he didn't want to put an unnecessary burden upon you because he didn't realize that you were a fucking millionaire from all the, grifting. But yeah, that wasn't it. That wasn't it.
I make more now, substantially more than I did when I was a realtor. So I have no income claim with this case. They didn't harm my income. My income went way up, ironically. It's not ironic at all, actually. It's just it's showing what you could do when you have the truth on your side and when you're determined to do so. So anybody that's, been hard on luck with their job or whatever, don't give up. I was toast at the beginning.
Don't give up. Keep sending me money.
Burnt toast. Burnt. Stale.
Don't give up. Keep sending me money.
Somebody pissed on. That's what I was. Here I am.
Wait a second. You couldn't have been that. You were a crypto millionaire. You couldn't have possibly been burnt, pissed, toast, or whatever, because you were a millionaire. Remember, you were a crypto millionaire. You were a crypto bro. How could you be burnt, pissed, toast? That doesn't make much sense, does it? I thought what? Here's why you had to pay the money. Plaintiff shall produce defendant's counsel within 10 days of this date. Plaintiff's full individual federal tax returns and tax returns for any businesses he held ownership in, interest in, filed with the IRS for all the years of 2016 to present, and serve defendant's counsel with a verified supplemental answer to defendant's request for production of documents set 1, number 2, and 3. B, plaintiff's live video streamed or uploaded to any social media outlets or platforms, including but not limited to YouTube, DLive, Telegram, Rumble, etc., identifying each video by the date of the live stream from January 1st, 2020 to the present date. C, any diplomas, certificates, and or transcripts from the Harvard Business School concerning any programs or classes Phil Godlewski attended there. D, any documents evidencing plaintiff's purchase of any guns, rifles, or firearms in 2020 or 2021. E, a verification for plaintiff's answers to questions set 2. Defendants were also awarded $2,345 of counsel fees to be paid by plaintiff as a sanction due to plaintiff's failure to respond to discovery requests. This amount shall be paid to the Scranton Times LP within 30 days. He was supposed to have 10, gave him 30. 30 days of this order. If plaintiff fails to adhere to this order in any respect, he shall be subject to further sanctions as ordered by the court. So why did you say you paid him?
When I was a realtor. So I had Tim Hinton in the Scranton Times to the tune of, I think the first time they asked for like a small Scranton Times, as well as the law firm of Hinton, Haggerty, and Cosgrove, monetary damages to the tune of, I think the first time they asked for like a small amount, $2,500. That one I paid, and here's why. When I originally filed this
$3,200, but
loss of income. So I had Tim Hinton in the Scranton Times trying to investigate my income. Well, that was a waste of time because I had to drop my income claim on this particular case. I make more now, substantially more than I did when I was a realtor. I have no income claim with this case. They didn't harm my income. My income went way up, ironically. It's not ironic at all, actually. It's just...
So that's actually not a claim. He could still proceed with the income claim. He doesn't want to reveal his income publicly. He tried to put a stipulation on it that it all be held in confidentiality. And then he said, no, I'm just not going to give it up. Somebody might get it. Somebody might see it. Somebody might know it. And then if my following finds out, they'll stop sending me money. Because what he could say is because of his reputation, his income has been harmed in a way that he would have made even more. He's always succeeded in life. He's always made it to the top tier of employment. The top tier of social media influencer makes this much. He would have made even more upon this had they not written the article. But he didn't because he doesn't want anybody to see his income.
It's showing what you could do when you have the truth on your side and when...
File some taxes, Phil.
So anybody that's, been hard on luck with their job or whatever, don't give up.
Right. He didn't drop it until just a couple weeks ago. Remember when all the stipulations papers come out? Stipulation signed, stipulation ordered. That was for the Harvard diploma. That was for any diploma. He admitted he didn't have them. That was for his cell phone. He admitted all the text messages are his. That was for his income, his tax return. Says if you don't require me to have my tax returns, I'll drop this. That was just a couple weeks ago. Actually, I can probably look it up. He was the one with all the stipulations, right? Stipulation filed. February 2nd is when he dropped all these claims. February 2nd is when he dropped all these claims. But he paid that order, or he was ordered to pay that money on I'm sorry. That is November. Holy shit. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, on November 14th. But he didn't drop the income claim until February 2nd.
Look, I was toast at the beginning of 2021. Toast. Burnt toast.
Crypto millionaire toast.
Burnt, stale, burnt, crumbled up toast on the ground that somebody pissed on. That's what I was.
Sherry, you stupid bitch. Out here leaking federal testimony.
So they asked for that small amount of monetary damages. I think it was like $2,300. I ended up paying that because I had to. I filed an income claim, and then I never dropped the income claim until after they did some legal work for an investigation of that income claim. I said legal claim, but income claim. So I paid.
They didn't do any investigation into your income claim. They asked for your tax returns. That's it. That's not an investigation. Hey, Phil, will you give us your tax returns? Again, will you give us your tax returns? Again, will you give us your tax returns? Okay. Well, I'm going to give you money because you investigated so hard, guys.
The second round of sanctions were for $30,000, $35,000.
By the way, he's fought all of them. He has fought all of them. So saying, I paid that because they investigated. Why'd you fight it?
Hinton, the attorney, plus another $35,000 for the Scranton Times for wasting their time. That was denied. They then went ahead and filed the third round.
I don't think there's any motion on any of these.
All three of these rounds,
or any order, court order on any of this.
Their counsel asked for the case to be dismissed.
They did. That was the evidentiary hearing. That's where they're asking for finding of fact and law.
Judge said nope. That was the second time. The third time they asked for it to be dismissed and $50,000 each. That was the hearing I went to a couple weeks ago. Denied. Judge is not throwing the case out, and there will be no sanctions imposed on me for anything that I've done because I haven't done anything wrong. Now, they're asking for a fourth round of sanctions.
Oh, man.
And the case to be thrown out.
Sucks when it costs you money because you won't fucking even comply with your own lawsuit, doesn't it? Imagine being the guy who all he wants is his name cleared and he won't even turn in the documentation that they asked for. Harvard diploma? Yeah, I'll get that for you. You guys realize that he spent weeks telling them that he couldn't find any of his diplomas because he moved and hadn't unpacked yet. And then 2 months later, he came to court and admitted he doesn't have any diplomas, right?
Their only hope to win is the case to be thrown out. They have no other hope. They can't prove that I slept with a minor.
His lawyer's assistant emailed Hinton and said, oh, well, he's moved. It'll take time to find his stuff, and it's a Friday. I don't want to ask him today, and he just moved houses. He'll have to dig them out. Then suddenly, 2 months later, they're just like, oh, diplomas? I don't think we have any diplomas. Harvard, what's that?
Because I didn't. So there will be no proof of that.
They don't have to prove that you did. You're going to have to prove that you didn't, and they had to know and still maliciously, with extreme negligence or disregard, publish the story, even knowing it was proved that you didn't. They don't have to prove you did. That's where you fucked up becoming a public figure, my man. If you were just a regular run-of-the-mill, only have, a few viewers, and your ego wasn't on the line here, you wouldn't have declared yourself a public figure, and they would have had to prove you did. You signed an affidavit saying you were a public figure and agreed to proceed forward as a public figure. Now, you have to prove not only that you didn't, but that the Times News, the Scranton Times, knew that you didn't and still published a story because they said, fuck Phil. Maliciously or with extreme negligence. Good luck.
You can't prove something that didn't happen. You could prove something happened by offering evidence that it happened. Not hearsay, not perjury, Sierra. Times for wasting their time.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Not throwing the case out and no proof of that. You can't prove something that didn't happen. You could prove something happened by offering evidence that it happened. Not hearsay, not perjury, Sierra. And by the way, we're going to prove your perjury, and I am filing charges.
We're gonna prove your perjury, Sierra. Sierra. We're gonna prove I don't have a giant mole on my dick. You won't believe the pictures. We took it down to Kinko's, and they had to print it off on 3 poster boards. Life size. No exaggeration. What? What are you saying, Bill? What has come over you, buddy?
For sure. So you're not out of this yet. You thought you had your day in court yesterday? Okay.
Can you imagine the person at Walgreens photos in 25 minutes pick up working the counter when Phil has to print off 17 angles in different lighting scenarios of his penis to prove that there's no mole? He's got a foundation and shit down there. He's trying to fucking highlight and contour and slapping it around, trying to give his hate boner a chub so it doesn't look so small. He's dressing it up. Maybe he's got a little top hat and a tie on it. Who knows? I've seen the suits he wears to court. It can't be good. But, yeah, you just need those printed off. It's court ordered, ma'am. I'm sorry it surprised you. It's court ordered.
You committed perjury, and the time will come. I'm going to take care of this one first, but the time will come. The 4th round has been declined. There will be no sanctions. There will be no dismissal. We are taking this case to a jury, and the jury's going to hear my side of the story. The jury is going to hear expert testimony on numerous things, which I'm not going to disclose at this point. I want to keep that a little private.
He'll probably have another fucking, he'll probably have the eye of Anubis or something tattooed over it.
Right now, just for purposes of shock and awe come trial time. And the jury is going to hear the truth, expert testimony on numerous things, which I'm not going to disclose at this point. I want to keep that a little private right now.
You can't do that. You said earlier that it wouldn't come out, and it's not going to come out in discovery. It's not going to come out in the documents. It's not going to come out in this or the motions. It's going to come out in the trial. Yeah, that's called staging a surprise witness or evidence. You can't do that. It's illegal as fuck. Both sides get to see the evidence to set up a defense.
Just for purposes of shock and awe come trial time.
I can't wait till someone's standing up there with a laser pointer and they'll say, so would the members of the jury please direct their attention to the base? We're gonna designate this base, shaft, head. Now, I know there's not a whole lot of difference between the base and head, but that small area filled with hate is what we're going to call the shaft. Now, just to the left of the base of the shaft, can you see this mole looks a little bit like Jesus?
And the jury is going to hear the truth from me. And then they're going to have to see, well, did the Scranton Times try to extort this victim, right, for her testimony?
Oh, now he's calling her the victim, right?
To prove that too.
The victim.
Scranton Times try to extort this victim, right, for her testimony, for her affidavit. We could prove that too.
Right, don't worry. I'll give you a special hearing later tonight. You'll figure it out.
And I'm not just saying like we could accuse them of doing it. I'm saying we have proof. Proof.
Okay, let's see it.
Tim Hinton and others extorted Bree to give the false affidavit that...
Look. This is so this I'm going to surprise them. I'm going to get a jury. I'm going to do this is a lie. All he would have to do, if he's got proof that Tim Hinton extorted his main witness, all he has to do is show that and ask for a summary judgment against it. The judge will say, okay, well, it looks like it's all here. You extorted the witness. Here is dead on proof. We can prove it. Prove it. Not evidence, not we think, not blah, blah, blah. We can prove it. The judge will issue a summary judgment, which basically means the case just stops there and he declares a winner. And then, just like the Alex Jones case, who got a summary judgment, then they'll call in the jurors and say, okay, the case is over. Mr. Godlewski already won. All you have to do now is decide how much money he gets. And that's it.
She gave proof. And that's when things get really interesting. Because not only will I then win the defamation suit, but I have a massive suit.
I hope you also win that yellow suit you've been wearing around, that Halloween costume you wore to court the first day.
Against the law firm. Big. You mess around with stuff like that, you mess around with testimony, and you mess around with extorting a witness, and you try to change the narrative to benefit your client.
Try to change the narrative to benefit your client. Extortion.
I can't really say I'm surprised at this egregious conduct by the opposing counsel.
There's only one person that benefits. Well, there's only two people that benefit from Phil keeping this lawsuit going. It is a lost cause. Back the fuck off. Panic, abort, crack the little glass window that says in case of emergency, whatever you got to do. The two people that benefit is Phil with his audience, which he should have never started this. He should have said that, the courts are evil. I wish I could win in court, but I can't. But he saw dollar signs to raise money, right? That person. And two, his lawyer, which he's paying legal fees for, hours on. And I'm sure it's not cheap. Several $100s an hour, I'm sure. Those are the two people that benefit. So I would say those are the two people that think this is a good idea. Either Phil or his lawyers telling him, oh, we're going to win this, baby. We got it. I can prove it. You ever filed workman's comp? No? Don't worry. I'm sure to still apply.
Because my area is so corrupt. We've had mayors go to jail, county commissioners go to jail, judges get kicked off the bench and go to jail, senators. The list goes on and on and on. I mean, it could literally go forever. There's been attorneys that have been disbarred all over the place. So this doesn't surprise me, but it surprises me because of one simple fact. When this case was first filed, several months into it, I said, you know what? I'm going to offer them a settlement. It was a very small amount of money.
Now, first of all, I don't believe this happened at all. Second of all, he said it was never about the money. He just wanted a retraction and go on with his life. Then why would you offer them a settlement? I don't think this ever happened. As far as I know, as the people I've talked to, this settlement offer never happened.
All I wanted was an apology and an admission that what they printed was not accurate. They have no proof of it. They had no source for it. They just, mea culpa. We messed up. Sorry, Phil. We know you didn't.
Mia Kunis, or whatever he said.
That's what the records state. Fine. And move on. And I wanted Chris Kelly fired. Because I'm not the first person he's done this to. And he will do it again. And he'll do it again after that. And if this guy isn't taken out of his journalism role, he will just continue to try to...
So Phil's taking down journalists to help you.
...ruin lives. This guy has made my life so...
That's right, red pill. Oh, real red pill.
Especially in 2021, that my wife wouldn't let me see my kids out of fear. Out of fear that some nut job was going to come and kill a pedophile.
That's not exactly true. Didn't your wife kick you out of the house? And the only way you got to come back was that you said that you were going to unalive yourself, and then she let you come back, but she left the next morning while you were still asleep. Could that have something to do with it?
Whole year I missed my kids. I don't even know.
She got a court order against that. By the way, you told us it was settled in a couple months. Now you're saying a whole year you didn't get to see your kids. Well, you couldn't find all you had to do was have a supervised visitation. You couldn't have supervised visitation? Whole year you missed your kids, huh? I don't believe that.
Know my youngest son when he was 4. I don't even know my youngest son when he was 6. Barely got to see them.
Wait a second.
My youngest son when he was a nut job was going to come and kill a pedophile. Whole year I missed my kids. I don't even know my youngest son when he was 4. I don't even know my youngest son when he was 6.
I don't know my youngest son when he was 4. I don't know my youngest son when he was 6. How did you miss 2 years of their life? I don't know my youngest son when he was 4. I don't know my youngest son when he was 6. How can you have 2 youngest sons?
Especially in 2021, that my wife will put kids out of fear. Whole year I missed my kids. I don't even know my youngest son when he was 4. I don't even know my youngest son when he was 6. Barely got to see them.
So either you missed 4 and 6 but somehow got 5, or you're confusing 2 of your kids with both being your youngest.
She was terrified, which she'll testify to, by the way, Chris. He can't be allowed to do this. He can't just be allowed to run amok.
Aren't you the one on the internet running around screaming that people should take care of pedos and they're all Democrats like you were, and they're all evil and sadistic and take advantage of people like you did, and then aren't you the one calling for your own unending?
In the newspaper and say whatever he wants despite facts. And I got him. They didn't anticipate. They knew that I was about to lose my job as a realtor.
Wait a second.
I was about to go to jail.
Okay.
Both the things were accurate.
Okay.
They knew I did not have a lot of money at the time. And it was
okay. But you were a crypto millionaire. That's how you made all your money, was to being a crypto millionaire. It had nothing to do with 7K. Had nothing to do with Phyllis on a minor. It had nothing to do with, snake venom, piss water. Had nothing to do with any of that, right?
Facing a divorce. They knew she was leaving. They knew I was going to be looking at child support. They did not think I was going to be able to file that case.
Oh, okay.
They thought.
But it wasn't about money, right? You just wanted an apology and that was it.
The rich will prevail. They were right. But not about them. And that's where I want to thank all of you guys. I know for many of you this is a large distraction, something that you probably don't need in your
Miss Priss, your daughter's name's Phil?
life. But one thing you have to remember, this is
it's unique.
Do
you spell it with like an accent mark or something?
You only want to customize the things that I say and do and post around what you want, but I don't do that. I've never done that. I will never do that. I will report things that I think are needing to be reported on the political front, the geopolitical front, the current events front, the intel front. I'll do all that based on what I think is right. And if something in my personal life I feel is relevant enough to mention, I want to disclose that. I don't want any shitty rumors going around from some group of idiots on Telegram. I don't want them. I don't want you to read their shit and be like, Phil's lying to me. No, here's the truth. You got a 15...
But you are. They read my shit, and you are lying to them. Close.
Here's the truth. Okay? You want to believe me? Okay. It's fine with me. You want to believe them? Okay. That's fine with me. But don't let them going around posting one-sided court documents that only benefit their...
Wait a second. Wait. How can you have one-sided court documents? How can you have one-sided court documents? That's a very one-sided public record you have there, huh? You don't want to read the other side that doesn't exist? You don't want to read the other ones that I made up in my head? You don't want to read the ones that I was thinking about while you were reading this one? Huh? Huh?
Theory of Phil's gonna lose. He slept with the girl. He's a pedophile. Okay, well, that channel, the hate group has.
Your wife's testimony, I don't care how scared she was, your wife's testimony doesn't offset the victim's testimony. And you know what? You know what you can't even get? You would be in a much, much, much better place had she testified that it didn't happen instead of pleading the fifth, saying, oh no, this never happened. I was wrong. I was mistaken. I was crazy. I was whatever. She didn't. She pled the fifth. She pled the fifth and didn't testify to anything. So now her only standing testimony is that you and her had a relationship when she was a freshman at Riverside High. She was 15 years old and you were 25 or 26.
As I call them, and certain individuals have committed defamation against me, and libel and slander and a whole bunch of things. And they've been monitored by my legal team this whole time. Screenshots were taken, IP addresses were tracked, subpoenas were sent to Telegram. I just can't file a lawsuit right now against the Daily Beast, Will Sommers, the Rolling Stone, Sierra O'Malley. I don't have, there's not enough time in the day to do all that. That would cause me to be overstretched, overburdened, stressed out. It would cause my legal team.
It's absolutely not because he can't file multiple suits at one time. He absolutely could. They take a long time to get around, a long time to come to court. He wants to see if he can win one. He wants to see if he can win one so he can place it on the others. By the way, he also names other fucking outlets here and says they can't do this. They absolutely can by say, according to the Scranton Times, even the Scranton Times loses their case. According to the Scranton Times, this happened. For more, check out their article. They absolutely fucking can. Again, you're a public figure, and unless you can prove that they knew the Scranton Times was just fucking you over and this was fake, or they should have done gross negligence or malice, they just said, fuck Phil, we're publishing it anyways. You ain't gonna get it, brother. You ain't gonna get it. You're lying to your followers.
I would have to hire a completely new legal team, which I don't want to do. My legal team's fantastic. So it's one thing at a time. There's a statute of limitations for defamation, libel, slander. There's none for perjury, though, Sierra.
There's none for perjury, though, Sierra. You know how long it takes a mole to fall off the head of your dick? Me neither. It hasn't happened yet.
So I'm gonna hang on to those articles. I'm gonna hang on to all the research that my legal team has done into certain individuals, and when this Scranton Times case is over and I declare victory, you best believe a lot of those profits are going right back into the legal kitty to
So currently we are looking for a picture of Phil's mole dick, as well as a picture of Phil wearing a wig leaping from a house taken by the neighbor. Both of those are under a bounty, so if you get them, we'll give you some money for them. Let's see them.
go after all these people who think it's okay to do what they do. I got news for you. Some of the comments from that hate group are not just.
I wonder who the other 10 to 15 girls he was sending dick pics are. I bet you they don't all follow him no more. I bet you if he's telling the truth and he was sending 10 to 15 plus BD dick pics, at least one of them left with that dick pic intact.
Just a civil defamation case, but they are litigatable in the sense of terroristic threats, harassment, and various other crimes that
he's got the legal dream team.
Encouraged other people to do.
Oh my goodness.
And they have allowed to be.
I wouldn't do that.
To be commented on their channel, Katie, which your real name is not Katie, but Katie J. You cannot allow a crime to continue to occur knowingly, and you know what the crime is because I gave you fair notice of it months ago, and you declined. So you're on that list. These aren't, threats. Phil's not like blindly threatening anybody. I told you I was going to sue Jeanette Geary. I did. She ran. She disappeared from social media. Okay, I didn't really want her money anyway. I just wanted her to shut up and prove a point.
Is that what you really wanted?
Couldn't track her down the server, so told you I was going to sue Chris Kelly in the Times, and I did. Told you I was going to sue the Daily Beast. I will. Rolling Stone. I will. Chuck. Katie J. I will. Sierra.
Katie J. I will. He names everybody. He gave up on me. Also, we found it. There it is. There it is, looking angrier than ever. The 15-armed octopus that was Phil's penile instrument. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you sending it in. Got him.
Mel, absolutely. Absolutely. Now that Oliver's mom, that's another one. She's in big. She's probably...
Listen to all the people he's going after.
So, you're on that list. These aren't, threats. Phil's not like blindly threatening.
Why'd you drop mine, buddy?
I was going to sue Jeanette Geary.
You told him before you told anybody you're going to sue the beer man, that your lawyers had already mailed documents to the beer man. Those documents never came, my friend.
I did. She ran. She disappeared from social media. Okay, I didn't really want her money anyway. I just wanted her to shut up.
She ran, or you couldn't find her?
And prove a point. But she ran. Couldn't track her down the server, so told you I was going to sue Chris Kelly in the Times, and I did. Told you
there's one.
I was going to sue the Daily Beast. I will.
No, you won't.
Rolling Stone. I will.
Nope.
Chuck Kidges. I will. Katie J.
Nope. Nope.
Absolutely.
Mm-mm.
Absolutely. Now that Oliver's mom, that's another one. She's in big. She's probably in the most trouble out of all of them in terms of criminal issues plus civil issues. And they could have their fun now. They could have their little groups, and they can make their little comments, and they could have their info channels and all that stuff. It's fine. But when it's my turn, they're not going to be having so much fun. They're going to be having a lot less fun.
Oh no, less fun. That makes sense too. We're not going to be having this fun. You're going to be having less fun, which is even less than other fun. So there you go.
So that's that, I guess. Just wanted everybody to know that, this lawsuit can't be going any better for me. There's no way it could be going any better. And I haven't even gotten on the offense yet. I just started the offense. It's a ride. I'm having a.
You're the one who filed the suit. What do you mean you're not even on offense yet?
It's a learning experience for me, even though I've been involved with parts of different aspects of law throughout my career. But it's very interesting to watch.
Been involved with different aspects of law throughout his career? You mean that law degree that you could never, ever, 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 ever prove? Got it.
Watch things progress this way and watch how corrupt and how evil people could be. Disgracing God in his face. Just.
What?
Bearing false witness. It's just.
Disgrace. He's got to get his God thing in front of all his old ladies. He's God grift. He's got to get that in. Bearing false witness.
It's terrible to watch, actually.
It's terrible. It hurts me. Sickening.
My biggest hope is that me enduring all of this stuff that I've endured since that.
Me enduring.
all of this stuff that I've endured since 2021, since this article was released, and since these groups have been summoned, have been formed since that article was released. My hope is that I could put a precedence against any other journalist who thinks that they could just run their mouth, like the Scranton Times and Chris Kelly, like Will Sommers and the Daily Beast, like the idiots at the Rolling Stone. You can't quote a defamatory article and say, oh, well, they said it. You can't do it. It's still defamation. You know that, right? Like, you're still obligated to do your own due diligence on the exact accusation that you are putting forth for someone, in this case, me. So
didn't happen.
Rolling Stone's going to say, oh, well, we got our article from the Daily Beast. The Daily Beast is going to say, oh, well, we got ours from the Scranton Times. Well, if the source is corrupt, if the water in the lake is dirty, you can't drink the water and say you drank clean water.
What fucking analogy is this? If you got dirty lake water and you drink the water and say it's clean, have you never seen a news article that says QAnon leader outs himself as child groomer, and then it says Phil Godlewski had a QAnon, blah, 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 whatever it says, and then it says, according to Scranton Times. You've never seen that? What the fuck is this? You can't drink the dirty water and then claim it's clean. What are you talking about?
You drink dirty water, and it's on you to make sure that that water's clean. You can't just assume that it is and be like, well, it's not my fault, it's the lake's fault. No, it's your fault. And that's exactly what Will is going to end up losing his career, I believe, in my opinion. I think that
that's Will Sommer, not me.
Editor from the Daily Beast. I don't know if that's Will or someone else, but we'll get there. Same thing with the guy from Rolling Stone. We're only just beginning, and I'm rooting out the corruption one by one. And unfortunately, the corruption in Lackawanna County goes all the way to the...
Oh, my God.
The attorneys will do anything to win the case. I don't know. I have no idea if the Scranton Times had any knowledge of Tim Hinton's nefarious actions. I don't know if Chris Kelly...
I doubt it.
...of Tim Hinton's nefarious actions.
Nefarious, you say?
I hope that they didn't, for their sake. Because then it's, it's criminal charges, if that's the case. If they conspired to, frame testimony against me to win their case, then that is criminal. It's a criminal offense. But all that'll come out in discovery. They've already...
Sure will.
As I posted earlier, preservation of document requests. Should they delete any documents now or get rid of anything that we asked for, they're subject to...
Wait. Didn't you do that? Didn't you delete all the text messages from UMBD, claim they didn't exist, and 1,500 of them popped up, and you said, oh, yeah, those are mine. And then you claimed that you didn't know that they were talking about that 15-year-old. You thought you meant only text messages when she was 15-year-old, fucking 20 years ago. And then you claimed that you didn't know that she would be a witness in this case, even though you told me she was going to be your witness in this case. That's weird. That's strange.
The case. A judge will grant us a summary.
But that's not going to happen in your instance, right?
A summary conclusion.
A summary conclusion. The legal scholar, Phil Godlewski, everyone. Even though he never graduated, I think he's actually doing a speech, a little Q&A over at Harvard Law School next weekend. So you can check him out there. In case if you just want a summary conclusion, he'll probably sum it up for you right here. You mean a summary judgment?
It's going to get really interesting.
I hope so. I'm excited.
Their backs are up against the wall, and I'm just sitting in a lounge chair, like eating popcorn and drinking soda. Sugar-free soda. Pepsi Zero. Coke Zero, whatever. Coke's bad, right? They don't like white people.
What?
I think they're racist. Yeah, something like that. So anyway, fun talking to you guys. I regret to inform you, I will not be live tonight.
Imagine.
Tomorrow.
When's the last time you planned a live and actually went live without postponing it?
Friday. A couple more witnesses that the defense called are coming in. And depending on how long that goes, I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow night. Believe it or not,
Coke hates white people.
Listening to testimony and taking notes is very, very grueling on one's patience and one's
Who's one?
Physical.
Is that your new lawyer's name?
And
Juan Ramirez.
You know, I can't think of the word. Probably because I thought I was just going to crash just now. Go ahead.
It's just because of the limited vocabulary.
I can't think of the word. Patience and one's physical and mental.
So you couldn't think of the word all the way up to this stop sign.
You know, I can't think of the word.
Panic.
I was just going to crash just now.
How'd you think you were going to crash at a stop sign you just now got to?
Go ahead. I'm going to let this guy go because he's going to go into me.
Somebody clip it. Somebody clip it! I'm going to let this guy go because he's going to go into me. He's going to put his mole where it don't belong. Going to fucking put his mole in my slimy cavern.
See, that one slows down for no reason. Go ahead, bro.
Clip it!
Good job. Give me a little wave. I gave him a fist pump. No, I didn't. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, just sitting in a room.
You think of the word now? Now that you're not
You're tired.
going to crash?
Even though you're just sitting there, it like really wears you out. Something about the fluorescent lights. I don't know. It's just, it's
Evil fluorescent lights
yet.
from the cabal. I'm glad I taught you the word depose. You sound like a real idiot running around screaming, disposed. We haven't even... Will's wrong. His documents are old. We're ready to be disposed of.
So it's tough.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'll be able to go live tomorrow. I'm going to try my best. If I can't, Saturday will be the day that we're looking at. Definitely not tonight, though. I have to do some preparation with my legal team for tomorrow's depositions. It's going to take up a good majority of my time. And tomorrow, just depending. So that's your warning on the lives. Want to give a quick plug for Gold Quiz, 401k IRA rollovers. If you haven't done
There you go. Get me some more money before I go into court. Gotta have it. I just told you I'd probably stand to win like $400 million from the paper, but please, please, please roll over your 401k. If this motherfucker really thought he was fixing to win $100 million plus, you think he'd be out here begging for fucking people to roll over their 401k? Absolutely not. You'd never see him again.
And ERC tax credits, maxrefund.com/Phil. It'll get you in touch with a professional accountant to see if you qualify for a free tax credit. It's not a tax credit, it's a tax refund. You're getting...
Oh, no. I thought you weren't allowed within 500 feet of this place, Phil. Where are you? I saw what just drove by. You can't hide this from me. Isn't there some type of restraining order or something? Cadences in accordance with Cadence's law? What is this?
.com/Phil.
It's a setup.
It'll get you in touch with a professional accountant to see if you qualify for a free...
That's right.
...tax credit.
Was that a cheese wagon? Look at that. He's way too close. Way too close.
Refunded for having employees. So if you've had W-2 employees during the pandemic, you qualify. So give them a call. All right, guys. Cool.
I just got here, guys, at the place where I'm going. It's still classified where I'm at, but I can tell you I'm going to pick up my future victim. Oh, he's so mad that everybody else has relationships and he has victims.
Summary of events today. If you watched the whole thing, I guess you're interested in the Scranton Times trial. If you haven't, no big deal.
That's a school. There's a school behind him.
Give everybody an update on some of the documents that I posted above today, some of the lies that are going around about the lawsuit, and just generally make you guys feel
It's a mole in my pants.
better about my chances to win, be vindicated, and put people who deserve it in their place. So this doesn't
New coaching job. Yeah, he's actually doing a freshman gymnastics and Kama Sutra poses. So he finally got him a job.
happen to anyone else again.
Do what you love. That's what they say. Do what you love. Never work a day in your life.
Refunds are going to be looking into that probably over the next week or two. So if you were one of those people way back 2 years ago that donated,
he puts the mole in molester. Oh.
Just be on the lookout. And you'll get all that back. Love you guys.
So that was his post. That was the video he made. Named everybody he's going to sue. Left me out. He's mad that I have a loving, caring relationship with my wife, and he has a victim, a trail of victims. So he left me out of lawsuits this time. Not even a beer man in there. I'm so sad. He didn't name Mariah by name either, even though for a while he thought Oliver's mom was Mariah because she has her dogs named Oliver, and I have a son named Oliver. But he figured that out through his high-tech hacking. Then he posted a meme from Chip Littler that says, what happens when the MAGAs realized the 5D chess was being played on them? And he says, laugh out loud. Everyone watched Chip's account disappear once the hammer falls. What an absolute idiot. Then he shares, I'm shocked at this Alex Murdaugh verdict. I'm shocked. He predicted he would never go down. That he believed he was guilty, but the prosecution was a fucking joke. It would never happen. Now he's saying that man did not kill his wife and son. A great injustice has been served on our judicial systems, remains seriously flawed. You're about to see how flawed, or at least that's what you're going to claim here. Murdaugh. How does he spell it? M-E? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Why is that not showing up? I was looking for his last prediction on the Murdaugh case, but it's not showing up. Oh, there it is. The prosecutor in the Alex Murdaugh trial is the worst I've ever seen. Even if he's guilty, he's going to be found not guilty. What a shit show. Then he says dough. Then he says gold quiz. Body language is a key indicator of someone lying or telling the truth or being deceitful in some ways. As a highly trained body language expert, I can tell you beyond the shadow of a doubt that Alex Murdaugh did not murder his wife and son. A killer is currently walking free among the people of South Carolina. Beyond that, it can further be determined that Alex Murdaugh loved his wife and son very much because of his fake. Again, everybody else saw Alex Murdaugh testify. Everybody in the fucking world saw Alex Murdaugh testify and said his emotion's not real. That's fake. That's cringe. That's overkill. His reactions aren't typical. The way he's reacting to things don't scream genuine. They scream fake, 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 staged, horrible. Phil, who's apparently a narcissist himself, can't portray real emotions. So when everybody else is saying, oh my God, why is this so fake? Why is this so real? Why doesn't this feel right when I watch it? When I watch it, I am not saddened for the man. I have no empathy for the man. Now, I know I'm capable of experiencing empathy. I have before. Phil can experience empathy. So he thinks, oh, my God, this guy's such a good actor. Look how much he loved his family. This feels genuine to me, and I could probably replicate it. Because it's another point that he can't convey emotion, and neither could Alex Murdaugh, but he still says, oh, he loved his wife very much. Look how much I could tell. Look how much I could tell. I'm a body language expert. This guy may be a lot of bad things, but a murdering father and husband was not one of them. It would be an absolute travesty if he were found guilty. That's what he shares. That's what he puts up. That's what he puts on his fucking Telegram, of course. And then, this dude's such an idiot. This dude's such an idiot. All it does is prove that he doesn't know what genuine emotion looks like. He doesn't know what genuine emotion looks like, so he can't decide. He can't understand. The whole world agreed. The whole world agreed that there was something fucking wrong here with the way he was testifying, the way he was acting, the way he was responding, the stuff he was doing. But it feels like, oh, I can tell you right now, he loved his wife. He loved his wife, and Paw and Mag's a Mag. He loved them. Then he shares this video, and it says, this changed my life, especially as a Christian. It's a TikTok video, so it's probably going to be wild. He says, keep doubting God, keep living lies, and disrespecting his rules. He sees you. You will be judged.
Every ancient alphabet, bar none, has always from day one had a mysterious number associated with a letter. The study of that code is called gematria. The atomic mass of the elements are the numbers that equate to the mysterious letters in the ancient alphabets. What that means is when you look at human DNA, the numbers that equate to those become 1, 5, 6, and 3. Literally.
None of this is true.
Eternal within the body. It is in Hebrew and Arabic and Sanskrit, 3 of the root languages. If there's an intentionality underlying life itself, it would make tremendous sense today that who or whatever is responsible would somehow have left a sign. Why place
this is some lady on TikTok trying to justify gematria.
that signature into something that can crumble over a few thousand years like a temple wall? Why not put it in the creation itself? And as long as the creation exists, the message exists as well.
All of that's a lie. He forwards a message from Robin Furman. Says, does anyone remember when Phil posted the video with Steve Martin from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? When all these derailments started, I thought of that movie. I seem to think that video clip was more than a month ago, before the derailments. Phil says, winner, winner, chicken dinner. What? What? He's such an idiot. He shares a post from the fake Donald Trump Jr. account that says, breaking, woke at PNC Bank just shut down the bank account for my app MXM News without any explanation. The left, it looks like a real tweet or a real truth or whatever, but it's from a fake account. They shut down Donald Trump Jr.'s bank account for his show or for his app or whatever. The left doesn't think you should be able to exist, much less thrive in society. It should be illegal to discriminate based on political affiliation. Phil says insanity. He forwards a message from someone named Nameless that says Phil could possibly be months ahead of events that are supposed to happen. Phil says almost always. And then he follows that up with another message that says, and by design. Phil is months ahead by design. This is the message that Mariah wanted me to see earlier, I guess. Let me grab it. It says, it's B17. It says, hey, Phil, is that mole on top of your on your tiny pecker, on top or bottom? Inquiring Minds wants to know. And I think it has to be below the scrotal tissue, because if it's a mole big enough that you could recognize it and see it without some type of instruments like binoculars or a microscope, he doesn't have enough shaft there. It's gotta be somewhere on his fucking chode or something. I don't know. It's gooch. Between his scrotal tissue and his butthole. I don't know where a mole could fit on that man's penis. or he wouldn't hate it so much. Let's see. I think we got a new dono clip. First of all, let me play these alerts.
Smitty 2182 gifted Beyond the Mission a subscription. Smitty
Thank you.
2182 gifted a tier 1 sub to Beyond the Mission. They have given 17 gift subs in the channel. Smitty 2182 just gifted 1 subs. Smitty 2182 gifted Charlie Kniper subscription. Smitty
Oh, Charlie.
2182 gifted a tier 1 sub to Charlie Knipe.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Charlie, did you I sent you a message back on Patreon about maybe deleting your payment account. So some people have been having trouble when their credit card expires or when stuff like that happens that they're unable to sign back up and get their Patreon going again. I apologize, but I think maybe deleting your payment account might help and then redoing it. Let me check out these. I'm going to have to mute for a second. I'm going to check these dono clips. Give me just a second. And then I'll be right back with you. Oh, no. This one's almost the exact same thing I just said. Here you go.
This specimen, Phil Godlewski, has an apparent mole between its taint and ball sack. Take note.
Right between his taint and ball sack. That's almost exactly what I said. That's from Dreamweaver. Thank you very much for that.
This specimen, Phil Godlewski, has an apparent mole between its taint and ball sack.
All right, that was from Dreamweaver. Thank you, Dreamweaver. The next one's from Burgie. Burgie 445. Let's see what this one is. It's also audio.
Hey, Beer Man, how about a game of whack-a-mole?
Oh, I don't know. Did you? I got disgusted as soon as I heard it. Did you say whack-a-mole or jack-a-mole? I don't think I'd play either one of them, but one more time in case the audience didn't hear it. Threw up in my mouth a little.
Hey, Beer Man, how about a game of whack-a-mole?
Could you imagine someone touching Phil Godlewski's penis? I was stunned when they didn't say that he had this charge against a blind and deaf minor. That's what caught me off guard. He always looked like the type of guy that would fuck around with a minor, but not blind and deaf. That would be the one that would fuck around with him. You never can tell. Hold on just a second. Let me mute this and check this one. Oh no. Straight Runner coming back with another one. That one's safe. Here you go.
So, you think I forgot about you, huh? Well, guess what? I'm challenging Phil to a flat earth match, and the loser gets knocked off the edge.
The loser getting knocked off the edge. Oh no. Straight Runner challenging Phil to a flat earth match. No holds barred.
So, you think I forgot about you, huh? Well, guess what? I'm challenging Phil to a flat earth match, and the loser gets knocked off the edge.
That sounds dangerous. You remember when Phil said no hold bars? You guys remember when Phil's like, it's like they're in a fight and it's no holes bars. No hole bars. You guys remember that? Anyways, guys, thank you for joining us. That's it. That's the show tonight. I appreciate it. I've got to run home some laundry and some cutting mats tomorrow. It's 1:30 in the morning. Patreon show tomorrow. It's supposed to be for the upper tier, but it's delayed, so we'll see what we do about that. Probably just invite all patrons, but I'll let you guys know. Next week's schedule is going to be kind of weird at the first of the week. My dad's got like some morning appointments, so I can't be like streaming at night. Just I got to be up to take him to some appointments. He's got one at like 9, and then he's got another one like 10, and I usually don't get up that early because I don't go to bed until like 6 or 7 in the morning. So thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. We'll see everybody on the next one. I'm out of here. And never forget, if all you have to do if you're facing a legal battle is accuse the attorney of breaking the law, and then boom, they're kicked off the case. You win by default. Thank you, guys. That'll keep you out of all those situations in case you ever get in what I like to call a snuggle with a struggle. Thank you, guys. We'll see you on the next one. I'm trying to make sure my intro screen's right. It's still not. Hold on. Studio mode. It's where I had to reboot earlier, so now it's not right. Now it should be. Should be right now. That's right. Have a good night, everybody. Ain't it crazy, like somebody just said lightning's going to strike Phil. Ain't it crazy how like some of the worst grifters who call in the name of God, like even like televangelists and shit, like the long tube full of demons guys. Isn't it amazing how those guys just seem to keep fucking profiting and they never fucking see justice? Very rare. They've got people brainwashed too. If that preacher guy got arrested yesterday, there'd be people down there protesting and screaming and saying he's innocent. Even if they had all the evidence and caught him red-handed.
Hey.
Guys, remember, I'm fixing to end the show, but remember, you can't drink dirty lake water and take a drink of it and then say, that's good water. And that's the way the court systems work. Have a good night, everyone.